What's poppin'? How we doing? Welcome to the studio where we're about to start crack-a-lackin'. We've got a session pulled up here. If you guys have a session on your end, open it up, get in position to rock and roll, and that's the beauty of this thing, man. It's fun to work with other engineers who are also thinking like you, doing the same thing, dealing with their own mix issues and their own stuff, editing things and what doesn't work and what works. And then, we jump in the chat. We all meet up. We do our ear breaks, and then, we're back to work. So if you got sessions on your end, open something up, get in the game, and let's see what happens over here. Let's get into what we got going. Without further ado, let's just look at the session here. What do we got? We've got a fairly straightforward session. 4 drum mics, kicks, snare, overhead left, overhead right. That's the pink stuff. There's some trigger tracks sprinkled in, like I import, and that's all the stuff that's blue. Rack trigger, floor trigger, this stuff stays muted for the foreseeable long amount of time until I realize I'm probably going to need it. And once that happens, I rock and roll. But until then, we mute these trigger tracks. Let's get them out of here. But we'll be bringing them in. We'll be bringing those in. All right. Now, how did I get a rack trigger when I don't have a rack mic? I just copied the left overhead and put it on that side that's going to be panned left where the rack is. Copied the right overhead, put it on the side where the floor tom would be on the right side. And if I need to find where those tom fills are, I go into the overhead tracks on this track that I built that has trigger on it with some tom samples. And I basically cut out just the toms. So when there's a tom fill happening, we'll get a nice sample sound blended in with the real sound to make it sound nice and beefy, and also give us some sort of a direction as far as, the tom's clearly over there. I hear it go, do. So it's like, all right, tom over there, floor over here. We get that nice sense of directionality. It really kind of places the tom in the soundscape when you use some sort of sample. If you don't have them, if you just have overhead left and right, I recommend something like that. Now, you don't always need to do it. If I can get away without doing it, I'm going to do it. Every time I'll get away, I won't do it if I can get away with that. Sometimes you just don't get enough skin of the drum compared to cymbal, depending on what's being played and everything else. So if that goes down, I very well might have to throw in some samples. So that's what we'll do. Now, let us see where we're at. Okay, so what else we got? We got 3 vocals, it looks like. Let's see. This vocal 1, that's the blue stuff. We got vocal 1, vocal 2, vocal 3, and then second vocalist, 2 tracks. And that looks like it's in choruses, and the other thing is rocking the whole time. So pretty, only 2 vocalists. That's actually pretty, 5 tracks of vocals, not a whole lot of vocals. And what else we got? Auto harp. This song, we got some auto harp. If you're familiar with that, it's the thing that June Carter used to play with Johnny Cash. It's like, what is it? It's a bunch of strings. Kind of sounds like a piano without the hammers. It's just like the string part of a piano. If you were to strum that with a pick, it kind of has that kind of a vibe to it. And I picked one of these up at an antique store, and I remember thinking, I can't wait to use that. And it takes a long time to tune it up because there's a lot of strings on it. But once you get the strings were old and I didn't replace them. So I was like, it kind of has a feel and a vibe, and it sounds kind of like a haunted house a little bit or something. So I'm with it, but very interesting, weird sound. And that's featured on this song. That's what this harp is. And I should play you what that is too. I'm going to play the whole track, but just listen to this weird harp thing. Let's just play 2 of them. Weird, right? Auto harp. Auto harp city. So it's interesting because it has like people who really couldn't play guitar. That's why like June Carter would play that thing. She might have been a good guitarist too. I'm not trying to disparage against June, but there's a reason I think people play these things because they're basically like push button for a chord. It gives you a chord when you hold a button down, and then you can strum a bunch of strings that are all in the right key, and it sounds giant because there's so many strings. So that's basically how that thing rolls. But I remember the first time I saw one of those in an antique store, I was like, I'm getting this. It was a reasonable price. So, like I said, you could find those things. You find them at garage sales. You find them all over the place. What else we got? A bunch of guitars. Not that many. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guitars. And nothing is a 2-mic'd guitar setup in this case. 1 mic on each guitar sound. So these are all different performances, which makes it very, easy to deal with. So that's cool. And what else we got? 2 tracks of bass, a DI and an SM7 on a bass cabinet. So that's the purple stuff. So guitar is green guitar, easy to remember. Bass, purple. Tambourine, 1 track of tambo, and 4 tracks of drums, like we said. All right, so let's just like play it through, and I'm gonna basically jump around and pan a bunch of stuff. Like my first pass is usually getting the panning sorted out and some level moves to kind of get into position to rock and roll. There's been nothing applied to these tracks that we're going to deal with. Any plugins you see get imported on a template because it's like stuff I'll use all the time, and it's mostly effects for vocals, reverbs, a little like quick delays. Like each one of these serves its own purpose. The H910 kind of chorusy thing. There's a bunch of different sounds in here, but rather than build that stuff every time, create a template for yourself that has like more than you could ever need, and then just only use the stuff you want. And then you don't have to sit there in lists of plugins constantly figuring out what you want. So that's very helpful for me. I recommend everybody do it. It takes a while to kind of get comfy, but the way I do it is the last song I mixed, I'll import a template from that. So I don't have like a template file I open. I really just open the last song, and that way I'm always sort of honing it. Otherwise, you'll make like a bunch of changes, and then if you always import the same old template, you always got to keep making those changes every time. Whereas as you, like my workflow changes like monthly, I'd say. I'll change up what I'm doing because I like fresh looks at stuff. Like I want to feel like it's fresh. Like an athlete gets hit a ball and they just move to get, you want to feel fresh. You don't want to always take the same steps to the ball. The ball's never in the same place. Why would you do that? So the way I look at it is like, okay, let's be a little creative. And the best way for me to be creative is I'll change stuff each time I mix a song, and then it's going to be that way on the next song until I change it again. And then it will be, so it's just this constantly evolving thing all the time. So, yeah. So let us see what's rocking and rolling over here. We have kind of a new setup because we rocking and rolling in 4K right now. And if you're counting on your bingo cards, it's probably the 8th time I've said rocking and rolling. I got to keep track of that. We got to hold that down, that rock and roll. What I realized is 4K is awesome, but I'm going to make a couple videos on this, but there's a lot of, if you're trying to do stuff and record and stream in 4K, you got to change a bunch of stuff in your system, potentially in the software you're using to accomplish whatever it was you were doing before, because pretty much I needed a whole overhaul of a ton of stuff as soon as I did that. Now we got a multi-camera setup. We got this thing over here, this close on the fader jam. We got the fader and the face jam in the thing. We got some crazy stuff. We've got some sound effects on this thing right now, but that wasn't taking up space or causing issues. It's really this other stuff that's causing all the issues. So, because it takes more speed, it's more time. It's just like everything is more, just more of everything. So as a result, what are you going to do? I'm just getting in a position to rock and roll. But everything is, there's another one, if you're counting on the bingo cards. I'm pulling up. There we go. We don't need that. Perfect. Okay. If anybody has questions as we go, let me know, because that's part of this thing is the awesome interaction. So our goal 100% is to start mixing a song right now. And as we go, anybody's got anything they want to talk about, you throw it in there. So what are we doing? We're doing kick, snare. I'm about to throw a plug-in on everything that is going to need to be adjusted. So all the tracks in the session, which are the colorful stuff, not the green. The green would be the buses, right? So guitars, all this stuff. And we're going to approach this session a little different than some of the ones in the past. A couple of the past, mixes I've done, it's like, I think it's important to rein ourselves in sometimes. Like, recently it occurred to me, I was like, how little can I possibly do? Is my mindset when I started off doing these live streams, especially. And then I think at some point I wound up getting a little away from that. And then I got to rein myself back into how little can I possibly do? Because I think that's a key to making a good mix. It's not doing too much. It's like a huge thing. So we're going to rock with 2 different EQ jams like usual, but what to use today? Probably the G and the B. The B has been treating us real nice. It's so colorful. So there's something about the B that I like when you need to add maybe more saturation, a little more harmonic love that maybe was there before. Like maybe it was recorded super clean, like in this case, a lot of this is recorded very clean. So what are we going to do? Well, the B is a good option for that. The G is more flexible and maybe, I don't know, I go back and forth. The B is probably my favorite, but the G is right up there, neck and neck. I like the E too. The E is nice. It has its own vibe. So let's start with the B. And maybe on this mix, we'll do 2 SSL channels. We'll do this and a G just to kind of cover our bases. But let's start with the B on this thing and then kind of let's see how it goes. While I'm at it, I'll throw the G on also. Just to have some choices. It's easy enough to like mute every track, mute this plugin on everything. So Shift Option, and then you can come in whatever's highlighted and it'll all mute out. So, that's easy enough. It's like, what should we do? Let's rock with the B at first. I'll take them all off everything and I'll just sort of turn them on one at a time as I use them. So without further ado, let's hit play. Cool. It sort of falls off a cliff there at the end. So this might be a fade out type of song. I'm going to figure that out when I get there. At the moment, let's just start twisting knobs, because as I was listening, I try to refrain from twisting knobs on the first listen. A part of me thinks panning and just rough volume moves, and if you notice, it's always below 0. At least that's my goal. Stay below 0. If I have to, I bring everything down if I find I'm getting up to 0 for something, but usually it's the kick and the snare that wind up getting up closest to 0. You know, if I had to give an average of what's up there, it's always kick and snare. And then I basically do another pass, and I'll start dialing stuff in as quick as I can. It's really about speed so you don't get just totally beat up. What's going on, Danny? What's going on, man? How you doing over there? We're doing well. We're doing well. Today's theme is do less. Do less than we've ever done before, potentially. That's the theme. And we'll see how long we can hold on to that theme. Because I find mixes are fun when you like move through real quick, and very often you get to the end happier when you do that because you'll like the song more. You won't be so beat up. So our goal is to move quick, use only SSL stuff if we can get away with it. We'll see if we can get away with it. There may be some instances where I got to pull a Pultec out of my, left ear or something, but we'll see. It's going to be something, Probably SSL day, if I had to guess. We've got a lot of SSL stuff to choose from. 4KB, 4KG, and the E. So we shall see what happens. All right? So if you got your own session, rock and roll. Keep this on in the background, kind of jump back and forth. Anytime you're dealing with crazy stuff, you may want a solution or something to, throw it in the chat. We'll talk about it. And we'll move through this as fast as we can. Let's see what's popping.
Sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail, like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail.
This may be a good job for the 4KG because we're going to need a little more fine-tuned power than this. And also, one of my first thoughts, we're going to hit these overheads. We're going to turn them into room mics also. What's going on? Jacolito, man. I'm gonna chill with you. I love that, man. That's what's up. That's what you got to do. Have your session, get it going on your, your DAW mix while you're kind of got this in the background. Jump in the chat all the time with questions or answers or just what you're working on. It's all awesome. That's what we do over here. It's like it facilitates the work as far as I'm concerned. It's easier to work when you're like in a studio with other people. You could bounce into the room and go, hey, man, what's up? I just want to sit on this couch and get some inspiration for a second. Now I'm going to go back to work. I love that stuff. And Toe Man, what's poppin'? You do got an extra ticket to the show. That's exactly right. It's exactly right. Danny Lyrica wrote, what exactly is the SSL for? I've been hearing that for a very long time, but sometimes I wonder, is that for compression, EQing? Is it something that gives mixes color, or is that a console, lots of cues? It's the SSL is arguably the most flexible console EQ ever built, and it's amazing for sculpting. So it's a channel strip at its core. We're talking a channel strip, right? But the beauty of channel strips in general, I was messing with the 88 RS recently too. So I may do a mix with the 88, the Neve 88R on a bunch of stuff. And what I find is the SSL is just, it's always been my favorite because it's just something about it makes so much sense. You have so much you could gate stuff. So why would you use a gate? You use a gate because you're trying to bring down the volume of whatever is not the thing in focus. So if you're playing snare drum and you got cymbals between the hits of the snare, you could use a gate to just isolate where the snare's hitting and bring down that stuff that's happening and bleeding into that snare mic. Same thing with, it's really helpful on drums. You could also use it on rooms or overheads, or even on, I've used it on bass before too. If you have a bass that's really kind of growly and it has a lot of amp noise or something, the gate could be helpful to just, when the bass stops playing between the notes, like get rid of some of that growly, hiss, some of that amp noise. So the gate is helpful for that. The Dynamics is just a really versatile, simple to dial in compressor right at your fingertips. And then you got an amazing EQ, and the reason it's so amazing is because you've got control over your Q. Like when you get API, 550A or B, you're talking proportional Q, where the more you drive in, it will basically tighten up, but you don't have control over that Q. The SSL was so functional because you have control over how wide or how narrow that Q is. Super helpful. So not only can you booster cut at frequency, like a ton more frequency choices than you would be able to on a 550B or A, where you pick the frequency you want out of set number of choices. Here you got all sorts of abilities, from 200 hertz to 2.5K on the low mid, and then you got from 600 hertz to 7K on the high mid, and then you've got from 1.5K to 16K on the shelf. Each version of SSL has a different EQ point. Is basically, the G can get up to 20K. It also has the ability to divide this one in two, so you basically can get, it has a multiplier on it, which allows you to get a little higher on the high mids than you can get with any other channel strip. So the G was super versatile, and a lot of guys used the G and got real comfortable with it because it was so versatile too. It's, it was also the era, right? So the 90s stuff, like Brendan O'Brien was using a G at Southern Tracks a lot. And, a lot of the stuff that I love is mixed by Brendan O'Brien on a G. So that, I love that sound. But in plug-in form, I don't look at this stuff as it's just like the hardware. I don't even think about it that way. I think, what does the plug-in bring to the table? The B, which is this one, is way more colorful to me. And as soon as you turn the compressor on and get it to 2-to-1, it has a flavor. It's giving you a little more flavor than the G. And as much as I love the G, this is more colorful. So I might pick this when I want to take advantage of the multiplier. See, this is divide by 3. So it goes, it's 1K on this thing became 333 hertz. You got what I'm saying? And then up here you have a multiply by 3. So this 3K becomes 9K. So that's just makes this thing super uber flexible, right? But what does it not have compared to what the other one has? Well, that has shelves on the bottom, and this one doesn't. The B has a bell or a shelf, and just like the E has a bell or a shelf. So they all have kind of their strengths. The E has a super silky top end, and that's like an E is sort of known for that. But they're all great in their own right. If you just had one, you could easily do a mix with whichever one you have. The 9K is probably the most, if you want to call it sterile or like colorless, I'd say the 9K, which is their channel strip 2, which is the OG one that came with the B if you bought this, if you bought into the ecosystem like when it first came out, like I did, because so many people were like waiting for this. The ability to put hands on but have it digitally recallable, and that's kind of what you do, what you get with the UC1 and with these plugins. That's why anybody who loves an SSL probably jumped on that at some point, unless you owned Console 1 or something soft tube style, which, was around first. So I feel like people might have jumped on that and then not gone this way if they went to that first. But I never owned the Console 1 stuff, and as soon as this came out, I was all over it. And I'm happy I was, because I literally can't think of a plugin I use more on more mixes since I bought it. Like, and you're just your hands on it all day. So to me, there's a magic to it. Like, I really don't know if I could mix without it. I don't know if I could mix without it. You know what I'm saying? It's, yeah, man. Jacolito, locking in is the way to go. Locking in, like mixing without an ear break is bad too. So like you go for a little while, and then when your ears start telling you, I don't know what move to make, you jump in the chat. You just be like, okay, because I've made that mistake too, where you go too long and then you got to undo a bunch of decisions. The chat helps me so much to be able to take an ear break before I make a move where I'm like, you know what? I just, should have taken a break 10 minutes ago, because it doesn't take very long to start making wrong moves once you get ear fatigue setting in. So I'm going to keep rolling through this, but any channel strip can serve the purpose of this. It's really, what are you most comfortable with? Some people love the Sheps Omni channel because it's so flexible. I was using that recently too, and I love it. I forgot how much I love the Sheps Omni channel. I honestly forgot it. Even the Waves versions of the SSL plugins are great, by the way. Like, I have no qualms with using a Waves channel E or the G. Like, they're all good. They're all good. Even like the OG version, like there's an updated version 2 of Waves. They're all good. Like, I like using SSL stuff. So when I first started mixing in the box, years ago, I was only using Pro Tools stock stuff. And then at a certain point, I got the Waves bundle like so many other people. And I was using the Waves SSL stuff for a really long time. And then, I didn't stop using Waves stuff until I bought the SSL versions of those plugins. And then I stopped using it. But they're all great. Like, not if I went back to the Waves, I'd be perfectly happy at some point. It's just, this is hands-on. So that's really the reason I go with this. Metric Halo, amazing channel strip. Like I told you, that the UAD's Neve 88R channel strip, the RS, is amazing too. Like, they're all great. They're just so different. And this is probably the SSL stuff's the most flexible. What's going on, Alex Christoph? How you doing over there, man? He says, I'm all jazzed up right now. My Odyssey MM100s just came to the door. That's amazing. That's amazing. You know what? Alex Christoph, we got this for you right here. We are on another level with sound effects and stuff right now, and we got a couple more. I don't want to let anybody in on what they are. You'll see it as it happens, as it warrants it. But I'm glad you were having withdrawals from mixing. That's awesome. Dude, there's going to be plenty of these. Me and GDP had to sort out a lot of 4K issues. 4K does a number on everything. Like, I'm going to get into some of what's different, but a little bit later probably, or on a video or something. But so much stuff had to change for this to work. And you wouldn't think so, but that's the way it goes. Let's keep rocking and rolling over here. And yeah, everybody do your, open up your sessions. Work. Here we go. Let's rock and roll over here. Yeah, we spent a lot of time working on that applause effect for you right there. It's more than just the applause. But yeah, we got a couple sound effects in the game right now. We're also going to do some different stuff on this mix. Like, I could already tell I want more excitement out of our only 2 room mics, which are overheads. But there's nothing else. There's kick, snare, 2 overheads. Somebody asked me, I forget, it was on a comment. They're like, why do you keep fighting with stuff that has 4 mics on drums? Like, I know you could easily put 100 mics up, like, or 12 mics, or like, that kind of thing. Why are you... Because I've said before, like, I prefer to mic drums with a lot more mics than 4. Why is it that I use 4? Because this stuff was recorded when it was recorded, and you'll always have some limitation to everything you're working on. It's never going to be a perfect recording exactly the way you want it. And if that happens, you might get close, and you'll be like, wow, that was fun to do. I hardly had to do anything, and it was fantastic. It's rare that happens. When it does happen, it's a blessing. And between, all the time that doesn't happen, you got to figure out how to make stuff better. So why not work on stuff that was recorded with 4 drum mics? The drummer is phenomenal. If I had a bad drummer, I would probably pass on, like, never touch this stuff. I just wouldn't open it. I wouldn't even touch it with a 10-foot pole, because a bad drummer is impossible to make sound good. I don't care if they're recorded with 100 mics. Everything through a 1073, or the older Neves that were germanium. I don't care if it's that. If the guy's a bad drummer and his timing is all over the place and the groove is all over the place, that's not fun to mix. It's never going to sound good. The whole thing's never going to sound good, and I'm not a grid the drums type of guy. If it's a little rushed in this part of that, well, that's how it was played. Maybe it's supposed to be rushed. Who am I to say that it's not? You know what I'm saying? If it's a little bit of a drag in the verse, a little speed up in the chorus, well, that's how bands used to play. That's what it is. So I'm okay with that. I'm not going to go in and grid everything. If something really irks me, I have to move it. I finagle moving a measure, or like just as little as I can possibly move is what I try to do to get away with it. But I don't grid stuff. I don't do any of that. That's not me. I don't do that. I hate music that's gridded. So I don't do it. Like, if we're talking rock, if we're talking pop music and stuff that's clearly built on a grid and it's a sample or a looper, then I love it. That's what it is. That's fine. But if we're talking about real musicians playing and there's a vibe and a band there, I don't like music that's gridded that is like that. I want the ebb and flow. Even if they play to a click, that's fine. But it's like there's an ebb and flow even with the click, because it's human nature. When you're playing along with that, there's going to be a little ebb and flow. Don't sterilize that. It's my number one thing, is like, I hate when people want to do that. It's like you're ruining everything. It's already to a click. You're taking out all the feel completely. It's like, nah. We're going to have to probably put that... Oh, I'm going to see if we can get away with this, but if not, I'm going to try the World Beater Gate, which is that Black Salt Audio silencer on the snare, because that's one thing. When you've got like subpar mic placement, you're going to have a lot of bleed, and maybe you could deal with that easily if the mics are placed really well, the right mics. It might be easier to deal with like a channel strip on everything. No problem. Easy peas. If you don't have that, and you got poorly placed mics and, the wrong mics and yada, yada, that's where you'll have to pull out the crazy tools. And that's why we have them. We have them for that reason.
I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail, like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail, like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Am I fake?
Now, just throw some tip in there. Always, if you're going to do overheads and you want the same settings on both sides, and you'll only be able to do that if they're the same volume, roughly. You know, I mean, if they're not the same volume, wouldn't even recommend really doing that, because at some point you'll have to take it off to set the input different. But that might be actually a reasonable move. Just turn the group off, set the input different, then make sure the rest of the settings are the same. But ultimately, globally group your stuff so that you could twist one knob and they both move. You know, I kind of like doing that. For stuff like overheads, same both sides is usually a good move. But like I said, the input may be different if one side's lower than the other, because that's not uncommon.
I don't even know your name.
Grandma wants the 3K loud. Hit us with them freaks. I'm going to hit you with those freaks right now, all right? Freak time. Also, this is a dry drum sound right now. I don't hate it. We may lean into the dryness, or I may throw Ocean Way on there, and then we'll just get happy because we're all of a sudden in Sound City. Let's see. Also, let's start working the bass. Let's work this bass. Let's go with the E on one and the blue on the other, just to kind of mix up the fix up. We'll go Rev A over here, a little more aggressive on the amp sound, and fast release, because this bass is actually fairly well controlled. If I need to chop transient, I might speed an attack up or something on. But the attack, it's important to note, 1176 attack is no joke. Like, no joke. It's fast, even at its slowest point. That's what I'm saying by no joke. Different move today too. I'm going to do them both separately. In other words, we're going to do we're going to give more low end to the DI and let that sort of rock low end more. And then for the SM7, I'm going to go more of a throaty mid-range tone. I came across this, I forget who it was. It was this good video that was on not long ago. Warren was talking to, I think his name's Dan Malsh or something. And he's actually local to me. Like, he's not far from me. I wouldn't call it local. It's like an hour and 40 or an hour and a half or an hour and 15. It's an hour and something. But they were talking about something that, like, where Andy Wallace was mixing something and Warren was chiming in about Tom Lord Algae and something that he knew he did, and that was basically when the verse is happening, it's a super wide, or not super wide, super like a bass sound that would you would picture when there's not a lot else happening. But once guitars came in that were distorted and stuff, especially, the bass had to cut through. Tom Lord Alge made it super nasally and like just like to get it through, like very throaty. Like it went from being a nice boom 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 bass sound to like a like, and that it just kind of stuck with me a little. I was like, you know what? There's a logic there, and you can kind of raise the amp volume up for like this mic and make it punch through a little on, like, this is a perfect song for that, is my point, because we got clean verse, dirty chorus. Any bass tone would be heard in the verse, but in the chorus it's going to get eaten up. So that's where I'm thinking, like, maybe we'll go throaty and nasal with this SM7. This is what I mean. I'm just going to have it close up when the bass isn't playing so that it takes away a little bit of whatever aggressive like hiss or buzz from this amp that may exist. I'm not even going to solo it to hear if it's there. I'm just like, it's not going to hurt anything by being just basically what I call kind of wide open, where it'll close down after you hear it. Like, it's not chopping the note. It's when it's not playing, it'll close. That's okay. Another cool little tip from that interview. It was a great interview because Dan was working like as Andy's assistant on the Gojira record, and it was like it became like #1 or something. So it was a very cool interview. But something he mentioned is like Andy never high passes the guitars. If he does anything, he'll take off a little bit with the low band, but he's not using the high pass filter to chop down, like, you know, everything south of whatever. And I find that it's an interesting thing. If you record guitars out of the way, you don't need to take much off the bottom. I used to always look at it like I gotta roll more and more low end off to get it out of the way of the whatever. And usually if you're doing that, it's really to compensate for a part that may have been tracked too close to other things, like with a tone that's too close to other whatever else you got in the arrangement. So if the arrangement is sparse enough, you don't really need to roll much off of the bottom of guitars, and you're probably better off if you don't. So let's keep rolling. Also, a little bit of compression on guitars in this one, like especially on the verse. They're dynamic, whereas this is pretty squashed. But let's see the verse. GDP did a lot of flying around the world recently too, man. There's a lot of our craziness was like, you know, he was all over the place. It was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I never knew where he was going to be. I was like, where are you? I was like, what's your time zone today? He was talking about. You should mention that where you're talking about. You're like when you flew through Hawaii or somewhere. It was like your time difference. What'd you say? You were like 12-hour, 14-hour difference, and then it became 24. So you lost a whole day, or you gained a whole. I don't remember what you said, but it was crazy. I remember being like, that's insane. Notice it's the one dot. If you're going to use an SSL, like anybody who's talking about, like Danny was mentioning or anything, there's a magic to the one dot, little bit of compression here and there. You could go a little more if you want, but the one dot's 3 dB. So if you're flickering that one dot, like here and there, you're getting a little compression love in there, but you're not smushing. And that might be what you want. Also, don't be afraid to pull the output down. I think a lot of people like to ride with their outputs hot because they think it makes the song better or it's more powerful. Like low volume means bad or something, but don't be afraid to pull your outputs down. I'll pull them down as much as I need to so that I'm like way under the output, and then just raise the track volume a little bit, and that's usually a preferable result for me. Also, this has a sound. If you take the trim down, and then you could boost this more, but it will sound like you're clipping the channel. And you could do that. Take down the output trim and push the fader. I'll see if there's a good reason to do that at some point. I don't usually like the sound of that so much. When people talk about the SSL sounding a certain way and you drive into it and yada yada, I don't. In my view, this isn't what they mean, the ones that are saying that. What they mean is the channels getting to the G bus, like the master bus, which has, or mix bus, master bus, whatever you want to call it, with the compressor on it, the final boss bus, hitting that pretty hard is what they're talking about. Not driving the output of the channel super hard. But to each his own, do whatever works for you. See what I mean? Like, I don't like the sound of that, and nobody does. So you lower this by like 20 dB. Just to get way below that. And then, if you're going to high pass filter, don't sometimes you want to remove a little rumble on an amp. You're at 30 hertz. I mean, you don't have to take it up like crazy amounts. Just if you recorded in a place like this was recorded, I could tell you from experience, there was always other bands playing. There's probably some low end bleeding into the room from some other band or something. Well, you roll it up 30, 40 hertz to get rid of that. No big deal. Let's deal with the vocal because it's annoying me. The B on the vocal sounds really good to me. This is why the color is nice. I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game. I might actually, let's just do what we're going to do anyway, is run it into a compressor instead of the SSL. I like the SSL comp, but on vocals and bass, I go other ways with it usually. 76, if you've witnessed any of the last 20 mixes, the 1176 is like my favorite go-to. But the Fairchild is cool too. Like, and I use the Unfairchild because it's my favorite of every Fairchild plugin I own, but there's a stock Pro Tools Fairchild. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. There's also the UAD Fairchild. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with these. It's just this is the Eric Valentine special, of course. You have more tweakability with this one than you do with the others, but sometimes that's bad, especially if you're not comfortable using the Fairchild at all, use the ones that don't have all the tweakability. Like, by all means, don't use this one. But the time constant, like, generally for quick, like, stuff that you really want to, like, you want the thing to let go, early stuff is like 1, 2, most. If it's a slower type vocal, stick on 1 for, like, in my opinion, vocals are good on 1. And on a typical kind of rock vocal, like whatever you'd call it. But I just want to show you, like, you could use anything. You don't have to use that. If you have Pro Tools, I'm pretty sure this just comes with it. So, like, welcome to the party, pal. It's just, it has a flavor. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. We're hearing a different vocal. I was like, why are none of my moves making it where I can hear the difference? It's because we're actually hearing another vocal. It's not that one. Now we can hear it. Still not sure exactly what I'm going to do with these vocals. Just sometimes I'll use 2 different EQs for the vocal, like a cleaner and a dirtier. Let's see how the G works on this vocal. So this is the second vocal, not the first. One of them should have a little less low end and bottom in it compared to this one. There's some weird, ugly plosives that the compressor's not doing a good job with. I'm going to try this before I pull a multi-band up and try to deal with those plosives in a different way. I'll first try this. Now, once you get like, if they're the same volume, you could just throw another, the same settings, and then just see if it works. Like, is it bumping the needle too much, or are we okay? Once you're kind of in the ballpark on one of them, and you could tell the volumes are pretty much the same.
Still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places.
The notes, I'm concerned with the notes. So you should always note like where, so I'm panning left and right, but one is way lower than the other. The way, when I think about that, I'm like, that low one should be in the center. And then what else we got? So it's just from an architectural standpoint, where do I got to go? That kind of thing. Let's listen to it.
Jail is like being lonely places.
Like those two, left and right, probably makes more sense. But I don't know if that's going to hold up as well. But like when I hear, let's see if they stay that way.
I still can't get along. Faces, see familiar faces. Still can't get along.
See, this is the vocal that's for the verse. So in a case like this, you shift Option D, you create another track to basically do what you want if this is the lead vocal after all. I'm not sure that it is, to be honest with you. This could be the lead vocal. But if we want this one to be the lead vocal, it seems like everything is singing all the time. I haven't really figured out how this is supposed to be yet. But we're going to come in here, and then we may just chop out where the verse is. Like, well, if this is the verse, I mean, if this part's the chorus, we might get rid of the chorus and leave the verse there, and then we get rid of it the same, just kind of do one of these and opposite it. So like, out, in, out, that kind of thing. We'll figure that out as we go.
I don't even know your name.
Yeah, I don't know if I like this one in the center, but it might be okay. Where's that? I don't even know your name. What am I hearing?
I don't even know your name. 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 And I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. I don't even know your name. And I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along.
Let's get a de-esser in front of this thing. Should we use Weiss DS, or should I use my Oxford suppressor, my favorite de-esser? Probably the Oxford.
I don't even know your name. And I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't.
Let's get this guy's voice up there. It's adding a lot, and I don't hear it.
It's like being lonely places. See familiar. It's like being. It's
Let's see if the B works for him.
It's like being lonely places. It's like being lonely places.
He's got less low end, so we need more low end for him. It's like opposite. He's got a lot of high end, so we'll probably take less high end or just give him some air, like way above.
It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Found my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude jail. 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 Solitude jail.
That moment there is not big enough where that changeover happens, so I'm just going to mark that because I don't want to forget. I got to take things out to create a moment here. Like, I like to do that. Remove stuff other than the drums or something. We got to make a moment out of this.
Jail. Jail. Jail.
Right there. We need a moment. So I put a mark there. We're going to call this moment. But it's really the third chorus or something, I think. What is this? Third chorus, I think. Feels like the third chorus. Let's see.
I don't even know your name. And I don't even play a
Is Night Plop in the house? It's funny, I don't even see Night Plop. Is Night Plop in the house, dude? Is Nightbot in the house, or are you just like remembering the last time you got a little PTSD from the last time that Nightbot jumped in? I think that's where we're at. What's going on, Braxel? What's up, my man? How you doing over there? Had a bunch of mixes with Gold Clip recently, and every time I tested that LPF button, I thought of you, my dude. I was like, gotta hit that button for Braxel. What's popping over there, Brax? We got our official Braxel sound right here. If you guys caught that, that's the official Braxel welcome sound right there. How you doing, Brax? Gold Clip for the win. We're doing good over here, man. We're doing good. GDP just caught up on a ton of sleep because he was like jet lagged for a week straight, I think. He said something crazy like that. You like that, Brax? It's that bicycle horn, yo. Got that whoa whoa.
Play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy.
I might have to put something on these things because they're like I like dry, but let's just see if we can get away with it. Can we get away with it? We'll find out in a second. I'm also going to do a couple other weird things to the drums on this one so we can really beef them. But Ocean Way it is. It's time for Ocean Way, guys. Yeah, where's that? Yeah, this one.
Play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude.
Turn that on.
Play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude, play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along.
What's going on, R. Huggins? There's nothing we're going to be able to do about an auto harp's tuning, my friend. This thing had ancient strings, and there's a million of them, because that's what an auto harp is. And that's just what it is, dude. The tuning is a little rough, I got to say, but at the right volume, I think we'll be okay. Never sweat the stuff you can't change. There's going to be no way to change that. So messing with anything on that's going to be a disaster.
Places, see familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces.
Gnarly indeed, my friend.
Maybe not your type of guy.
And there's two of them, but I think it's really just, there's four of them, but it's really just two of them. Like, what is this? It's like a backwards thing to end the song, and then this. What is this? Some glockenspiel for you. I mean, it's auto harp, but it sounds like a clock. Do you know how many freaking strings are on that auto harp? You know how many G sharps there are on that auto harp? If anybody's ever tuned an auto harp, it took probably 20 minutes to tune it, and it doesn't hold because the strings are so ancient. But the pegs are all like, none of it is what I would call like a a well-oiled machine. Like, the worst thing about a stringed instrument is if it doesn't stay in tune. And I don't know if it was the strings, the fact that they were so old. I don't know if it was that. It's just was, you got to tune it with like a freaking Allen wrench, and the whole thing is like a disaster. And then when it's in, it's never in. It's in for like a half a second, half a take, if that, a quarter of a take, something like that. Luckily, these guitars are in tune, and they're the dominating forces. If you're curious what that is, that's a 69 full tone fuzz right there. And that is just freaking woo. Love that pedal. It's one of my favorite fuzz pedals. It just has that, like, the warmest distortion sound ever. So sweet. And this was probably recorded with like, it might have been a condenser, but I doubt it. It feels like it's probably like an SM7 in front of the freaking guitar amp. That's a sick compliment, Alex. Thank you. That's I forget who did the whole album, but the sounds on that album are very unique. But they're also very those guitars have so much fizz on them. Like, they are so bright. They're bright. And I remember the first time I heard it being like, that's a really aggressive guitar sound. And it's like, I have no idea really how they achieved it. I can come up with a couple ways to kind of try to get close, but it was very weird, that guitar sound. Very weird. This is a much more traditional, like, thick, warm, whereas the whole guitar sound is cool, but it's definitely like so much top end on it, it feels like. Something really brittle or bitey on top. It's also like where they're playing the riff a little bit too, but it's, but yeah, it's a good reference right there. If I add some hair on top, it will get closer to that whole sound if we want. I like a little 800 on the guitars in this song. Yup. Yup. More beefy in a dark manner. Sounds more I like this, Alex Kristoff. I like that. Sounds more masculine almost. And ironically, a girl band has more trouble. Yeah. Yeah, I always felt like that. I was like, who decided to give this band such like a bright guitar sound? And I remember thinking, weirdly, that it fit, that it does make sense. Like it did work. So yeah, that's interesting that you put that together. I like that. Yeah, that's cool. I got it. Somebody tell me who did that. I forget who mixed whole Celebrity Skin. Who mixed whatever that the hit was. What was the hit on there? Oh, make me over. I'm all I wanna be. Who did that? Who mixed that song? Yes, over you can make it. Yeah, now you really make it. However that. It's only not down. It's a good song. Antichrist Superstar 2. It was hard not to have that song in your head, I think. It was played a lot. Antichrist Superstar 2. Nice. You know, I should really... The Downward Spiral comes to mind. It's sick, dude. You know, I should really try a fuzz. What's a good pedal to try for a classic fuzz tone? I'm an overdrive snob. I gotta tell you, I have a weird thing about how, like... I have a weird theory on pedals, man. Like, you can absolutely buy pedals that are very expensive and they're great. They are great. They're awesome. And there's a lot of pedal manufacturers now because there's so many boutique manufacturers. I would find a company that you like something from and buy their fuzz because, like, it's, in my opinion, any fuzz can work. It's about the guitar. It's about your amp. It's so many other things that go into, like, the right fuzz that it's not that critical to, like, sweat it. There's a lot of good fuzz pedals. My buddy who makes pedals made the sickest bass fuzz. Like, such a good sound on the bass. It reminds me of Muse, like the Muse bass fuzz that was on that breakout hit that they had, the bury it, I won't let you murder it. That song. That fuzz tone that was like that song. Such a good bass tone. He made a bass fuzz that sounds so much like that. But yeah, they're all good. The Hendrix fuzz, what was it? The Fuzz Face is a popular one, but there's so many today that they're all fine. That's how I look at it. Like, I'm not a pedal snob. I think they're all pretty much fine. I really like some companies. I just don't know what they, like the Caroline pedal company. One of their pedals is so good that I'm like bought into their whole atmosphere. Like, if I was going to buy a pedal, I'd probably check out if they had a fuzz or something, because they've got weird takes on pedals. I really like the pedal I got from them. It's like a quick delay, but it also does this feedback loop thing where it'll just like wah 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 wah. It makes your sound like your amp's feeding back if you step on a button. It's the sickest pedal I bought in the last 20 years. So I would just look at other stuff they make. And there's a lot of companies like that. If one of these was in tune, I would use one and not a double of it, but they're both bad tuning wise. They do sound cool. Like, I like the gnarliness of it. I just have to figure out what I'm going to do to make it better. There's something I'm going to do here, and it might not just be EQ. It might be some weird, like, bit crusher or something. get these drums going to a drum bus. Like I'm trying to do a couple things I haven't done on. Well, actually, we've done this 100 million times, haven't we? Where we send it to one of these distressor, for example, or pick a plugin, any plugin. I talked to GDP briefly today about doing a mix using only SSL plugins. I thought that would be a good jump off point in a way. So let's just put like a bus comp on both. Maybe we'll take the distressor off for the moment. We'll have an EQ in front of it just in case we need it. Nothing's being sent here yet. What is 7980? So let's take a bunch of stuff into that. 7980, 7980. And these don't have to be loud because these are the cymbals. So what do we got? 100, 100. The other thing is this. You could hit follow main pan. This is something I realized recently too. You don't have to match where you pan stuff. So like just as an idea, if you pan your overheads left and right hard 100, 100, but you want to send stuff to a parallel like drum crush bus or something, you don't have to match those. They don't have to be also panned 100, 100. Like you could kind of 85, 90 the other way. Like you don't have to do the same thing. You can if you want, but and I usually do, but it's not necessary. You can kind of be your own boss with that and just pick a number that you like. The other thing is this thing doesn't have to be that loud, like for your rooms or your whatever. The more you drive that into the crush bus, the more cymbals you'll get. So it's a battle. It's always a battle. But yeah, so this one's going 100 that way. The other one's going 89 or whatever this way. And this one's 89 the other way. So we're sort of giving it a little more in the center on the crush. The snare and the kick, we're going to send to the same place, 79, 80. We're just going to kind of send everything there, Leave yourself some headroom. I wouldn't go like full on into it, but I'll start with something around here and then we'll see what works out.
Sell it to another soul, brother. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places.
We're going to do a bunch more stuff to this drum kit. Let's start to get that into shape a little bit. It'll change everything about what we're hearing. So the quicker I do that, the better. And then we're going to throw something on our mix bus at some point real soon too, like a compressor or something to mix into. This song sort of, it needs a little bit, it reminds me of an SSL mix. Like it could, I visualize an SSL style mix. So I might even throw the bus comp on here, like we said, to kind of stick with that theme today of just bus comps all over the freaking place, But it's simple, remember what I started with, simple, streamlined workflow. So as simple as we can make this thing, we're gonna. I'll turn this on probably in a second. Let's keep doing what I'm doing. I want to put a kick sample in this thing like ASAP so we can get a real clear defined kick pumping at us. And I may change the sample. I don't know if I like what we got going here. We got this old Zepp kick. I don't know if it works for this. Our sound is too dead to have this big kick. Let's take some of this stuff off. Let's change it. See, if you notice, I usually solo one or two, but they're all here. They're just muted. So I don't have all these kicks playing. It's just one of them is soloed. So to me, this is like another thing I think a lot of people do is they layer kick sample, tons of them. The problem with that is it's hard to know where to tweak stuff when you have that going. Like, where's the problem? And then you take one down. It's like, oh, it's way better. It's cleaner now. It doesn't have that whatever because it was actually then you take three down. That's still there. It's like, oh, we don't need all these. So a lot of times I'm just soloing one, maybe two. You can put three up there, but they should all be serving some sort of a purpose. Like one giving you some sub and one giving you some click and then one, whatever it's you're trying to achieve, mid-range or something, I mean, pick your samples in that way. Don't just throw a bunch of stuff up there. So these are just the ones I use a lot. I'll kind of flip these off. Let's, this one doesn't sound right for this. Maybe that with some sort of like really clicky one. Let's try the CLA kicks. The big drum or the small one. Sometimes I like the small one because it's more in your face. Can I hear it? Give it some sub. Yeah, that's that click. Just a clicky sound, if you can hear that. And this is the sub part of it, but just that click might be what we're going for here. Let's see.
I don't even know your name. And I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail is like being all the places. See familiar faces. Still can't get it all. Solitude jail is like being all the places. See familiar.
Let's take these guitars down so we can actually think.
I don't even know your name.
The balance was okay, though, so let's keep them together. Chorus, guitars.
Faces. See familiar faces. Still can't get it all. Solitude jail is like being all the places. See familiar.
I guess you're forgetting the strawberry trees, Evan. I'm never forgetting, Braxel. Never forget. Never forget. That strawberry trees is where it's at, dude. It's the order of where that goes on whatever it's going to be released on is going to be the trick to figure that out, because that might be a number 2 song, like or maybe 3, I got to figure out how that's going to play. But the order of albums used to be so important, and it's something I can't help but think about all the time. The number of tracks have such a correlation to me, in life. Like Blood Sugar Sex Magic, the fact that Breaking the Girl is 3, right? I think it's 3. And Suck My Kiss is 5. Like that's there's a magic there, I think. I think I'm right on that. You know what my favorite song on that album is, too? Like, one of my favorites, because there's so many favorites, but I Could Have Lied is by far one of my favorite tunes by the Chili's. And it's such a good song. There's just something about that song. The melody is so strong. I love the guitar kind of solo thing is so good. It's all awesome in that song. It's a lot of their songs are like that, but I just like how it's I don't know. I just like everything about it. It's always been one of my favorites. If you haven't heard it, I Could Have Lied is the song. Check that out. I could never change what I feel. My face will never show what is not real. Such a good song.
To play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Now my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail is like being lonely.
Super clicky, but that thing's gonna punch through now, I'll tell you.
To play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces. Can't get along.
I may do a thing where I don't know if I want to do this yet, but I'm gonna see. We may darken the top a lot. Let's see if I don't know if I want to do it because this is our only kick mic. Like if I had a kick out, ooh, I would do that so quick. It's not even funny. I'd create this thunder, take all the top end off it. But because I don't, I may leave this alone actually.
To play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy.
We're just gonna have to use this as a kick out. We're gonna use like the sub and our kick, maybe this track. You know, something else.
To play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being now my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail is like being alone in places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being alone in places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude.
I love that little weird crinkling or the crackling of the cable or something at the end of that guitar. I actually like that. I think that's awesome.
Like being alone in places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being.
Let's put our friendly compressor on our Paul Voke. Paul's the real name of PT from B for your bingo cards. If you had Brooklyn, Paulie T from Brooklyn, that's the same guy as Paul Voke. That's who that is. It's the bass player, and he's got a cool, like, I don't even know how to describe his voice, but I like it. I like it. This is it. I like it.
Like being lonely places,
I like that. I like that.
like being lonely places.
I like that. I like it.
Being lonely places, being lonely places. Being lonely places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail is like being alone in places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being alone in places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude. Jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my. Being lonely places, see familiar faces. Solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail, solitude jail, in my solitude.
Another quick little dose of tip or something. If I look at this and I see, like, okay, this is getting pretty hot compared to the rest of it, I might put something like that on its own track. Like, don't try to make one set of EQ moves work for everything. If it's just too different than the rest, like if some part it's being played, even though it's on the same track, is drastically different sounding than the rest, you're going to have to put it on you're going to have to set EQ differently a lot of times. It's not an always, but your compressors are going to be all messed up if it's a guitar playing this light riff, and then they decide to go, thump it out. It's like a totally different setting for the compressor to not have it gain reduce freaking 10 or 12 dB, and you just want 3. You got to do something. So what I would do is like what I would do with a vocal, where I'm trying to treat the verse different from the chorus. You just duplicate it. You get rid of the part you don't want, and then treat each one as if they were recorded on different tracks. It's up to you to figure that out. Like when stuff's recorded, especially, back in the day, limited amount of takes, there were pains taken actually to make sure that you wouldn't have to really touch the levels. You could let the song play through and it would work. So that was actually a conscious thought to record stuff at the right level, that it wouldn't have to be touched. So, because they didn't have automated consoles, think about it. It's like the whole thing, if you're thinking about back in the deuce, that's what I'm talking about. It's like people have talked about it all the time. You could pull up a multi-track of, Queen, and it'll sound amazing just played through. When you get the faders in the right place, just let it play. You don't have to sit there and move stuff around. It's going to sound great. And sure, people would multiple hands on the desk and do certain things, but there's like a magic to recording to allow that to happen. And that's not always something that happens when people maybe, aren't on the level of the dudes who recorded the Queen album. So it's, you do what you got to do to make it work. And, everyone's on a different level. So there's so many things I learned since I recorded this. And something that I would do different is I probably would have moved that to a different track, but it's also not that hard to do. Like, to duplicate, throw it on a new track, boom. So I'm not sweating it. I'm not even saying we're going to do that right here, but it's something that you should think about when you're recording, is if you're recording a part that sounds very different, put it on a different track. Strawberry trees forever. Hit that like button, you guys. You do your thing over there. I hope it's going good on your end, on your sessions. What's going on with your mixes? Throw it in the chat if there's something that you're working on that you're having trouble with while I battle this thing. I got the Kraken over here, and we're crack-a-lacking, so let's do it. And sometimes, like, when I'm hearing this, I was okay with the guitar setting before, right? But this is what I like to do also. They made the A and B tabs, so you could easily switch up and all of a sudden be on a different tab. But, before they did that, I would just have 2 EQs there so I could audition 2 different things. And a lot of times that's even easier than flipping the tabs. Like, yeah, you could flip tabs, sure, but if you my problem with this is it might be too bright. That's my problem with it, right? I don't know if it is or not, but I just like to say out loud whatever's going on in here so that you guys can, if you're watching, if you're thinking, if you're like, what's the thought process? I just speak my mind as I'm doing this the entire time. I don't really think it through. Whatever I'm thinking is what you get. So right now I'm thinking maybe it's a little bright. And a good way to solve that is to use a 4KB, because it's a little bit of a darker EQ that has a tendency to be a little smoother on the top, because it's less aggressive in a way, but it's the opposite. It's more colorful, but saturation will often tame things. So like a good fix for a bell on a ride cymbal that's too annoying is to saturate it, because it will tame it. A good fix for bright, harsh stuff is to saturate it, so it will kind of tame it down a little bit. But everything works a little different, though. Like for an S, I wouldn't necessarily saturate an S, because you're going to make the S sound, you're going to exacerbate that S. So this is specifically for guitars. Sometimes, like colorful EQs are actually good to tame them. So like the B might be a better choice than the 4KG. So I'm going to audition a setting on the B real quick. That's why I flipped it to the B. The thing is, the other thing is, I like the way this guitar sounds so much, I may hardly do anything to it. I think I wasn't doing much, but I think I pushed it too much. And even with a little compression, might be unnecessary. It's already fuzzed up. So maybe we're okay. I like that like little bit of compression on guitars thing. I like that. Like just a slight little bit when it's aggressive stuff like this. To me, that's a very big characteristic of SSL mixes, is there's a tiny bit of compression on a lot more things than you realize. Yeah, like the tone is so good, it doesn't need much, if anything. I'm just going to give it that little peek out right there, that little tiny little love at 3K. Just a touch, man. And then I might do the same thing on the other guitar, but a different frequency, because I don't like to match them. I like to kind of make them different sounding. That's just my thing. I like that. I think it's wider. It feels wider to me when they're different. I love that. 20, your eyes don't deceive. 21K pretty much. 21K. My favorite part about the multiple is to use it for that. Just like super air on the top of an acoustic guitar or something. An auto harp with a live mic on it. Just close up after it's done. It's like, stop making so much noise.
Solitude in my
get this trigger on the snare up. Perfect. See what's actually happening here. And let's change what I usually do. This is whatever I was on the last song. Let's mess with this a little bit.
The show. Now my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Run on. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail.
Let's see what else we got. I like the Tama bell. It's nice. What else we got? We got tons of samples. Let's do something else. I like the CLA stuff though. We don't have a bottom snare. We may want to use some of these for sure. Let's see what else. The core CLA core presets. This is like just you click one thing and it populates the whole turf. I don't usually prefer doing that. Let's see. Snares. Yeah. I never know what these mean. Like, does this mean Hendrix? What does it mean? What does it say Jimmy? That'll be punchy. I'm looking for something with some ring to it. This is... That's going to sound like a bucket. I don't hate it, honestly. It could work as like one of the ones in the background. Give me some ring. Probably sounds super low to you guys too. Let's hear. Let me... It literally sounds like a shot. It sounds like a freaking blast. It's like way too big for this very dry drum sound. That may be our culprit, that other sound.
Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail. Like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely. sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail.
Let's lean into this problem with the tuning and add more weird modulation to it, like a micro shift or something.
It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my places. Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Now my to go.
So right now, bass going straight to the mix bus. Let's jump over here. What do we got? Danny Lyrica, don't stare at the sun for too long, boy. That's true. That is true. That is absolutely true. Don't stare at the sun for too long. Your brain will melt. That is absolutely true. Outer space lyrics coming at you. So we got our bass sent right to the mix bus. We got, what else do we got? We got everything being sent right to the mix bus. There's one drum crush. This is just a little quick recap. There's some triggers, but literally none of these are in play except for this one. So I might as well just, I could just take these down for visual purposes so you know they're not even in. This is the only one that's doing anything at the moment for a parallel send. So we basically have drums hitting this about 8 dB or so. It's like when I see I'm up at 8 dB on the snare hits or the kick hits and the snare, I'm okay with that. 4-to-1, slower on the attack side. I could go all the way with it, but this is a kind of a sweet spot for me. It's, maybe even one back from that's okay. And the fastest release that it pretty much has.
To the show.
What else? Sometimes for a drum crush, I'll take the attack faster to really kind of smush the transients down even further. But, to each his own. I like to start here and take it more aggressive on the attack as I need it.
Now my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude.
Let's pay attention to fills so I can start pulling them if they any exist. That's where I'm at now. Is where are those fills at on the tom fills specifically. I don't care about the rest. What's going on, Big Mac Miller Lite 8775? How you doing over there, man? It's good you caught the live stream too. We got one going today. We got one going. We are streamline mixing from we've started from scratch. We are trying to get it done with using as little things as possible. That's our goal. And specifically today, that's the goal. SSL plugins only was the thought. Like, how much of a mix can I do focusing on really SSL plugin, like channel strip and bus comp? And so far, like, I mean, the 1176 to me just comes with that. And if you don't have one of those, use the Bomb Factory 76 that comes with Pro Tools. That's still a very legit 76 as far as I'm concerned. It's kind of aggressive. It sounds cool. And it comes with Pro Tools. So if you're rocking Pro Tools, you know, that's most of the mix right here. We haven't done a whole lot else. And that doesn't count effects. Like, I'm never really counting effects. Because as far as I'm concerned, you use whatever flavors you have. And I got tons of flavors for effects. And right now, none of them are in. None of them are on. We're trying to keep it basic today. This song kind of lends itself to that. So that's where we're at.
Solitude Jail, like being locked in places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail.
And we got this auto harp that's probably the worst part of the mix so far, just because it's a little bit out of tune, and we know it. We're aware of it, but we're okay with it because it's going to happen in life. We're going to deal with it. So what have we done? We did some micro shift, and we did some gentle stereo wow. You know, the tape machine wow setting to kind of create that weirdness with the tape, kind of cover up. We're leaning into the problems. That's what we're doing. We have problems. Let's bug it out even more. It sounds pretty crazy. It's a million strings you're listening to right there.
It's like being locked in places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail. It's like being locked in places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my
Still dialing in our trigger on our snare.
solitude jail, in my solitude, in
All right, tambourine. This is just a tip for people doing small percussion on stuff. There is no need to quadruple or a tambourine. There's no need to even double it. One tambourine is more than enough. A tambourine on one side and a shaker on the other will do just fine. You don't need 3 shakers. You don't need eggs, a shaker, and salt packets. If you can help it, keep it to 1. You know, 1, like, you could set up 2 mics if you need on it, but why? Use 1 mic, 1 shaker, 1 tambourine track. As soon as you add lots of stuff like that on top of each other, it makes it more sloppy. Because no matter how you look at it, the timing's never going to be perfectly locked. It's just like a guitar part is beautiful. You pan it on the right. You get another one. It's beautiful. You pan it on the left. Now you got a thickness. Once you start putting like 3 more, let's record 3 more times. Pan it right. 3 more times on the left. It doesn't make it more powerful. It just makes it more blurry. That's all it does. Because it's not a clear, defined anything anymore. You have to literally play exactly the same part to make it not blurry. And then what was the point? You can't even, it's not like it's really adding anything. You know, what I've heard sound good is like a lot, you know, like 2 mics on an amp, but multiple amps and all feeding to like 1 track summed together. And then that's the guitar sound. Like, I've heard a good guitar sound come from multiple amps before, summed to 1 track, like at the same time. But that could work. I'm not saying that's not bad. That'll create an interesting sound because each amp has a flavor. There's something cool there, right? But I don't really like this layer on layer on layer on layer on layer stuff. I think it gets out of hand real quick, and especially on things like small percussion. It's it's a little crazy. But yeah, luckily, we've got things like mute buttons, so we can deal with that. No big deal. Bada bing. But it's just a tip for anybody who's like thinking, how many tracks of small percussion stuff do I need? Well, like, if you want to use 3 or 4 or 5 different small percussion things, 1 track of each is plenty. You don't need doubles. You don't need triples. You don't need doubles. Definitely.
Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail, like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Now my favorite.
These are blended together. One of the few things I do in solo is the gate part of snare drum stuff, because I don't want to lose the ghost notes. If I'm losing the ghost notes, it's not good. And you might not notice that if you're listening in the track. You got to make sure you don't lose your ghost notes. Let's go to a verse where there's ghosts all over the place. And sometimes, if you find yourself fighting with something like this a lot, like I told you, you could always pull up the crazy, like, if you got a poorly mic'd drum set or something, and it's a lot of hi-hat in there, and a lot of ghost notes, and no matter what you do, you can't pull it together, silencer is a good move. I like to start with the SSL because I think it sounds the most natural, but this thing does a weird something or other. I don't even know what it does. It does something, and it just gets rid of a lot of the hi-hat out of nowhere.
Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. Places, see familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 solitude jail. It's like being alone in places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude, lonely places, I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 solitude jail. It's like being alone in places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude.
Big Mac Miller Lite wrote, do you have a schedule for these live streams? I'd like to set up the VSX on the global out and try to immerse myself in your mix. That sounds like a fun plan, dude. We at the moment we just went through a lot of craziness to get 4K up and running with multiple cameras, and we got this thing going on so you can see the automation while it's happening in real time. We got the mix with that thing going, and then we got a bunch of cool, like, we got the chat window. I got a bunch of stuff going. I don't even know if that chat window thing will work at the moment. But the point is, we just set this all up for 4K, which was like it was like a whole overhaul, pretty much. So I don't know what the schedule is going to be like at the moment. This is actually our second one of 4K. But 8 p.m. seems like the right time. It might differ here and there, but 8 p.m. at the moment has been the money. And if notice goes up usually a couple hours before, I'll try to put it up like 12 hours before, but it's sometimes difficult based on our schedules. But I'll try to give as much notice as possible, and usually somewhere around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. I don't know where you're at, but where you at over there, Big Mac Miller Lite? Where you at, man? What part of the world are you in? But yeah, man, this is if like what we recommend is pull up a session of your own and kind of work on it side by side while we're working on stuff. It'll keep you on pace to just sort of, okay, I'm moving through, I'm fighting with this. How long's he fighting with that? Okay, he's moving through that now. I got to move on. It sort of keeps like nobody falls behind in a way. It's like it keeps people jogging at a similar pace. It's never going to be exactly the same on two songs, like how quick you're moving through compared to somebody else. It'll always be a little different, but anything you're fighting with, throw it in the chat. We'd love to help out. Anything you just want to freaking get off your chest and vent about something you're working on, it's like, that's what we do here, you know? So yeah, that's awesome. See, that's what I'm saying. We got Jaculito, who is working on his own stuff and back and forth. Like, he's in the chat. You take ear breaks. You jump in the chat, you go back to work, and it's this back and forth thing. And And yeah, it's a hotline for people who need help doing whatever too. It's both. It's like you need help, you just want to talk about stuff. How many tamarines you got in your song are you mixing? You know, we get to talk about stuff. It's great. It's amazing. It's a big studio with like thousands of rooms, and you know, we get to be remotely connected is what it is. You pop out, you pop into somebody's room, you say, what's up, what's going on? It's great stuff. But yeah, it's that's awesome, man. That's awesome. Giacolito's doing the thing. Big Mac Miller, you should do that similar thing. And, you know, feel free, you know, watch what I'm doing. And this is the thing. What I like to do is kind of focus each stream on something, like some major, you know, use like the same plugin on every track on like, and then change it every stream. Or that's the idea, where like, to promote the idea that you don't always need to use the same thing, that there are no magic special plugins of, you know, that you always need. I have my preferences, of course, but I like to promote this idea that like you can get a mix done streamlined relatively quickly, you know, and you shouldn't look at the time you spend talking or taking breaks as part of the time it takes you to mix, because it's not really the way it works. Like, you get to mix better because you take breaks here and there. And every break you take doesn't really count to the time you're mixing. But I think it's essential to mixing, taking breaks. So I would recommend anybody who's working on stuff, don't just 8 hours at a click without talking to someone, just getting up, getting a glass of water, and then starting to work again. Like, to me, that's rough. I think we stay fresh when we stay more human. Because that's always how it was in studios. Nobody was like all alone. Like, there's people around. There's interns. There's assistants. There's clients. There's people coming and going. There's a lounge. There was an escape mentally. And it's just when people work alone by themselves on their stuff all the time, it's really debilitating. It's harder. It's harder to do. I know. I did it for years. It's harder to do than if you're around people. There was nothing more fun for me than when I was interning and I was around a lot of other people just like me. Studio guys. It's just nothing better. So that's what we're doing over here. It's great. And we get people like GDP who knows how to fly this plane like no other, and he's helping out on the streams, and he comes in, he's got these amazing tips, like always record your tambourines with 10 microphones. If you know our sense of humor, you know we're making a joke. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? You get it. You get it. You don't need 10 microphones on a tambourine, bottom line. And we all know it. You like the Aerosmith Walk This Way thing? Have you heard that? Where he didn't have shakers and they had to do the Walk This Way freaking doon doon chicka chicka chicka. So he's using salt packets. And they're miking up a salt packet with a U87 or something super loud. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. Maybe it was a 67. It's probably an 87. It's probably an 87. Now, when I noticed the cymbals came up a lot, I'm going to lower the parallel. The parallel, also, you could darken the parallel. Don't be afraid to darken the parallel. So that's why I always have an EQ around my parallel stuff, like the 1081 just lingering in the background, like what you need. It's sitting there in front of this compressor just in case I want to do a little, you know, wide boost or cut or something, or like tame some top end or whatever I want to do. So right now the cymbals are starting to rough me up a little bit, but I might not want to take them out of the drum crush, but I might just want to lower some of the top a little bit. I don't know. A little shelf on top, take it. Maybe we'll turn it to a bell. I don't know. You tell me. We'll do something like that. We'll see.
Sell it to another soul.
See, some of those tom fills, they actually sound okay. They don't sound bad. I don't know if I do need to move them around like I was thinking I was going to take some toms, dump them onto these rack trigger tracks for rack and floor, because the drum set was always set up with very few toms because I'm the one who set up the drum set, and I would have a fist fight over more toms with my own drummer. I'd be like, no chance. Stop it. Get out of there. Few toms, you know, like I'm not against Danny Carey or Neil Peart, but I think if you can get it done with a rack and a floor, that's enough toms, is how I look at it. It's enough. It's enough toms. Sometimes, you know, 2 floors, double floor action can be cool, but like, why? Why, you know? So most of the time, most of the drums are set up where there's just 2 toms. Like that to me is a house kit anywhere you'll go. It'll be that. My favorite stuff to listen to now has been like drummers who just play kick, snare, hat. I love that. I really love that, because to me that's like, yeah. If you could feel the groove with kick, snare, hat, and there's enough of an understanding of dynamics and changing of parts where like it'll always feel good even though all we're dealing with is kick, snare, hat, then to me that's the money. The more stuff you've got to add to the drums to create a part that doesn't sound bad is weird to me. Like the drums should sound great with like nothing. Kick, snare, hat. You know, kick, snare, hat, and a crash ride if you need one. That's it.
Got an extra ticket to the show. You're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go.
But I like this kind of kit too. Rack and floor, like I'll deal with that. That's a typical kit. That's okay. I like that. But kick, snare, hat is if you can do that, then you're Nate Smith. Or, you know, equal. Nate Smith's amazing.
Got an extra ticket to the show. You're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother. Trying to.
Yeah, the toms sound good enough. I don't need to do it. What I was going to do is do some life over here where I, you know, pull these out of the track essentially, and now all of a sudden they'll hit this floor trigger. So this is the idea. If you haven't seen it yet or something, that's, you basically figure out what's what and where it is. And being a drummer helps. But like if you see this, how it says, this is the kick. So I know if the kick is here, whatever's there is the kick. So that's here. So if you know drums, you know that there's not going to be a floor and a kick together. So it's really something to the effect of this.
Trying to add some. Trying to add some.
So now we have our kick, our rack, can't speak, our floor clearly defined. And usually I'll pan them over like 60. If you've got 3 toms, you could do like a 60, 30, 50 thing, like, or like 30 left, 25, 50, or 60. Like you just kind of set it the way you would look at it visually. And I do it from drummer perspective because to me that always made the most sense, because I visualize things from drummer perspective. So the rack's on the slight left, floor is on the right. Hi-hat would be hard left if I had a mic for the hi-hat, but I don't usually do that.
Trying to add some cash to.
And if you got to figure out what's there, solo the overheads. So do. So like snare, floor, kick. And if you thought maybe it's a ride, like, oh, is that a ride or is that a kick on that first hit? When I say ride, I mean rack tom. Is that what it is? Well, you could juice the rack up if you want and then see if it works better that way. Like a lot of that's guess and check too. You won't always get it right. Sorry, I got to solo them where you can't hear them. Make it loud. Still can't hear it because the volume's all the way down. Same here. Hold on. Like that kind of is cool because it moves around. So now we've got the toms moving a bit. That's kind of cool to me. Let's hear it.
Trying to add some cash to my stash. Trying to add some cash.
That's a big snare hit right there, that waff.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
Now, once you've done that, if you just Apple F, you'll fade in and out and like batch fade style. You could set this, I like length real short, like 10 milliseconds. Standard curves most of the time. Like you won't hear a huge difference with this unless you're really cutting up a lot. If you're just fading in and out of a little tom hit, it's not going to be, it doesn't matter, I'd say. But you could come in and put each fade in by hand, but it's super easy to just do that batch fade thing, and you'll get in and out of those spots way easier. And there's no cymbal on this. So that means a lot of things. It means you could send it to your parallel bus, and the toms will sound huge and big, and they'll blend in with the kit, and they won't be bringing up any of the negatives that you would get if you were to like ride the overheads up. You'll get way more cymbals also.
Trying to add some cash.
So that's why I do that, because to me it takes a little while. It's a pain in the butt, but it's worth it. It pays off. Same thing with like hand de-essing sometimes. You throw a de-esser on it. If it doesn't work, you got a hand de-ess. It's a pain in the butt. It's worth it. Some things pay off. That pays off. This pays off. I've tried every de-esser there is, by the way, I think. I'm not positive. The one I haven't tried is Slate. I don't try a lot of Slate plugins. I also don't try a lot of new plugins, but I've tried a lot of de-essers. I even tried one that's, I don't want to talk bad about it, but it didn't work for me, so I don't even want to mention the name, but it does de-essing in a slightly different way, and somebody mentioned it once. They said, try that. I did, and I didn't like it. It was, it's like two faders on it. One does one thing, one does another, and no matter how I set it, even at the lowest amount, it was like too much. Just dropping a thing in here that says chorus, and I'm going to put it on it's chorus 1. We'll do 4 for that. Intro is 1, like the start of the song would be 1. Verse might be, 3, because the end is 2. I like to do start of the song 1, end of the song 2, and then the rest is up for debate. Verse maybe could be 3, and this could be 4, and, depending on the structure of the song. But 1 and 2 need to be start and end of song. That way we can print each version and stuff, and where's our beginning? So I'm always doing decimal, 1 decimal to get to wherever the first point is. So that's why I try to mark these things, like at least start and finish. Even if I don't mark the whole song, just start and end is super important. Where's the beginning? Somewhere in here. Where's our auto harp? Okay. 4 100ths of a second is how I roll. So 4 hundredths of a second. So that means if this little fart in the front, let's call that where it starts. I'm looking up here, and I'm looking at 1 decimal point, 2 decimal points. So this guy, I want that to go down by at least 4 of whatever there. This is the 100th spot. This is tenths, hundredths. So if this is an 8, we need it to get to 4 at least. Usually I err on the side of more than that. So we're going to go to like 2, like 0.22. So down here is these little numbers. They might be hard to see. Let me make this bigger for you. It doesn't really help. But 28282. So this is like 20. That says 22. So this is 217. That's close enough for me. It's close enough for comfort right there. We'll call this start, and that's going to be marker 1, number 1. Keep track of the markers. What do you mean? Are you sure you want to replace the configuration in slot 1? So something else has that number, but yes, I do. It was the one that was like moment, I think, was the thing. Let's see. That was it. Yeah, I'll put that back in a second. No big deal. We come over here. Where's the end of the thing? What is playing? Like, what is doing that? This. It sounds like more than that. Okay, so things are just misplaced in weird places. Like it's on Paul Voke, even though it's a freaking auto harp. So that's okay. It's an auto harp backwards, but nothing's in the right place. That's all right. So the same thing at the end. If this is my last note, my last moment of audio, I do the same thing. We're at 8.2. We want 8.6 at least. 8.6.9 at least would be 4. So we go beyond that. So where am I at? If this is 8.4, what is that? 8. Okay, that's 8.2. Let's go. We'll go to 9 flat, or 9.1 even is fine. So it's got to end by there to have a quick ending. End. And then we go down to the bottom in the mix bus down here. And we fade out by that point. It could be any kind of fade you want. Don't really matter. Whatever sounds good in the song. There's no right way here. See what I'm saying? And as long as you're out by that point, you're good. You don't got nothing to worry about. So here we're at 9.0, and then this is 9.1. So take that back even to... I like to actually have just silence between those last 400ths of a second. I personally like just silence. So like, to me, that always works. You're always safe if you do that, is a better way to look at it, rather than always works. You're just safe where it won't cut off any notes, and it won't in the beginning or end of your song if you give it that little bit of breathing space. I know there's a setting that says like pad to boundary or something, but I've just been doing this way before that setting was ever an option on Pro Tools, so I just feel like it's okay. Yeah, that sounds good. There's like a weird fart noise that I'm trying to avoid. All right, so this is like 8.5, and then this ends at 9.1, so we're fine. We're over that number that I'm trying to avoid. Less than 400ths of a second. So we're good. Let's see what else. Let's keep rocking and rolling.
Don't even know your name.
At least the drums sound like a real drum set all of a sudden. Like there's air around them and stuff. There's not like there's one drum sound. You know, it's funny I should say there's air around them. The band Air has such cool sounds for their drum kit, man. I love it. I love it. Like the band Air, that album, what is it, like Moon Safari? Such good sounds. And what's it called? The Virgin Suicide soundtrack. That movie is a crazy movie, but the soundtrack's really good. And there's a bunch of Air tunes on there. Very tight drum sound. Similar to Beck and the song that I love, and I talk about all the time. It's Everybody's Gotta Learn Sometime. One of my favorite Beck tunes, and it was on the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind soundtrack. It's an amazing soundtrack also. It's just something about that dry drum sound from like that. It's like reminiscent of the 70s. It's so good. I love that sound. And that's often you have to have drums that sound that good. You can't just make any dry sounding drum sound like that. It has to sound like that when it's recorded. to make it sound sweet like that. Like, I mean, sure, you could add bottom end, a little top end, a little poke on the snare, but if it doesn't sound like that way, it's really hard to make just any 4 mics, 458s sound like that if that's what you recorded your drums with, you know what I mean? So sometimes it's so often easier to go this way and like just make it sound like a good drum set, not a super dry 70s amazing like really dead kit.
I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy.
What's going on there with the drums? See, this is actually causing the snare to trigger, I think, right here. Actually, it's not. That hit is, but not this hit. So the snare trigger might be set right because it's actually not getting triggered by this. But let's pull this tom out, this floor. Let's get rid of our overhead group. And we just want this tom right here. Sometimes I boost the level pretty significantly to make it just like pop out of there, like get out of there.
Maybe not your
Sounds like there's a flam when in the track, but not when it's just the overhead. So something's being. There is a kick hit. There's no question there's a kick hit here. Like, no question at all. I don't hate it. It's kind of a cool flam. It's just a unique part.
maybe not your type of guy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude.
Now, right here, to make this part a bigger part, like to make it come down harder, I'm going to put a little bit of space, I think, in here. So that this is actually by itself. Let's just hear. I might take drums out. I gotta figure out a good way to do this. Like, the auto harp's going to come down. This freaking thing is loud. It's just always too loud, this thing.
Solitude Jail. It's like being all the places. Guy.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Something tells me this has got to stay the way it is. Like, I can almost predict when I do this, it's not going to turn out the way I want it to. I can already hear it. If I were to mute stuff out, which I might do it in the later part of the song, but it's not going to work here.
Guy.
I'll try it on the guitars first. So, like, what I would do is I'll take, like, a bus that has a bunch of stuff other than the thing I want to keep playing. So, in this case, it could be bass, it could be guitars, maybe all of the above except for drums. Let's see. I'll just kind of grab it all, including this auto harp. I'll make a group of that so that I can make an edit and chop, essentially. So no drums are in this group. So you can see it's just tambourine, bass, guitar, and auto harp. So we'll call it, it's really everything but drums. So I'll call it intro but drums, without drums. That's the idea. So it's like intro without drums. Now we're going to hit the down arrow when I want to cut stuff, and then hit the up arrow when I want to stop the cut.
Type of guy.
So like just a little before the downbeat, it may sound good, it may suck, but like I experiment with stuff like this a lot. I'll find a good place to do a cut, and then I'll just hear what it sounds like as if the band stopped there. You hear it's more powerful on the downbeat, but that was a bad spot to take it out, so I'm going to take out less. But the downbeat is more powerful now because there's a space, because that's what makes things feel big. Taking things away right before something big happens makes the part feel bigger.
Type of guy.
So that's the magic of a good band, is they would play that way. But the band doesn't always catch everything all the time. No matter how good a band is, like you could sometimes improve what they did, or they didn't think of something, or you get it solved in pre-production. GDP mentioned this earlier. It's like pre-production is so important because you can solve so many problems with arrangement, or not a section not becoming powerful enough. Like you can solve so much stuff that will be better if you solve it prior to the recording. Way better. And I agree. And if it's not there, you have to do stuff like that, like what I'm talking about here. But if it is there, you're good. Like you fix that before you ever tracked.
Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail.
It's not bad. I think I'm gonna go see if I can cut it a little later. And to fix this, like whatever's should still be hanging, there might be something. Maybe the bass should stay. Like there's not like, you have to be super creative when you do this and be constantly like looking for the right place to cut everything. Your bass could be here and the guitar could be back further, or at the end of this riff, leave that space. Like you're going to have to play with it. This is another one of those things that the payoff is huge, but it's a pain in the butt.
Maybe not your type of guy.
And you don't want it to sound like a punch, like a mess up. So you're going to have to mess with fading the parts in and out. But finding the right spot is key. If it doesn't sound good, it's usually because you haven't found the right spot yet. And there's not always a right spot. Sometimes it's just a bad idea. Sometimes one of them's got to stay. But I actually want this one to go. Should I stay or should I go now? I want that one to go because I think it's stronger when I want silence. Like I do want silence. Let's hear it. Hold on. But it does sound unnaturally weird how it's just stops. So sometimes a fade is helpful. Sometimes you got to let the bass rock. Like just bring the bass and let it rock. Let's see. Let him get that little pickup note. That probably sounds the most natural at the moment to my ear.
Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail.
That might work. So that we could deal with a fade. Maybe a longer fade.
Maybe not your type of guy.
When you have one guitar performance that fades out kind of naturally like this one, make sure you feature that one. Like if you have to, you go in and you just ride that one up because it's the one that has the natural tail. So it'll kind of make the rest of them sound okay, even if they're all faded and one of them has a stop.
Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. You're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady.
Pop. So I try to sing it to find where it is. Pop. Pop. So it's going to be the kicks make it easy to figure out like what's definitely not a tom. Just find the kicks first, find the snare first, you eliminate those spots. So like this ain't a tom. Now we know our toms are before and after these two marks. You got this mark, it ain't here. Sometimes I'll even cut there just because I want to know, okay, that's a kick. So it ain't here. So let's leave that out of the equation. And then this is a kick. So it ain't here. So we leave these out of the equation. Now, what else could be a tom? Well, there's some hits here. So let's see what's going on over here.
I can't get nobody else to go.
Where's that fill? Where did I lose it?
Not my lady.
Right here. Pop.
Try to sell it.
And you can kind of see what's darker, but some of these are racks. Did it boom boom. So it sounds like 2 and 2. We're going to experiment with 2 and 2. Did it boom boom. That's a kick. So that ain't one of them. So that's what we call a trick. We've been tricked. So this is a tom. That's probably a tom. It's probably like this. Let's see. There's not going to be a rack and a tom on top of each other. You see what I'm saying? So it's really tom, floor, floor. Snare, bit, boom, boom. Snare, bit, snare, snare, bit, boom, boom.
Try to sell it to.
There's 4 hits there. But some of them are snares. That's the problem. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 is what we're hearing.
Try to sell. Try to.
That works. I think this is it. I think we nailed it.
Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to.
We got that one already. I like how he does so few fills. It's easier to do this than it should be.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
That's a cool little double kick right there. And he was a 1 kick pedal dude, so I like that's just that cool Bonham double kick thing. Same thing here. We gotta give some love to this spot. Let's go, guys. Spot love.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
So first I guess. My first thing is guess. And then if it doesn't work, we work from there. But I got my intro without drums. Let's figure out the spot.
Some cash to my stash.
So somewhere in this zone, we're guessing. We're guessing in here. we know it's got to be done before the downbeat of this guitar section, so we're going to go with that. Now, let's hear this pickup. Like, what's up with that pickup note? Boom, boom. It's kind of cool to come in on that note, but it does take some pump away from the next spot. The downbeat, it takes a little pump out of that.
Add some cash to my stash.
It's got to go for longer, that's for sure.
To my stash.
And maybe it does come down here. That's kind of interesting.
Add some cash to my stash.
The hi-hats that that keep playing the whole time, I'm going to see if I can remove them. You know, this is going outside of the wheelhouse a little bit, but I want to see how bad it sounds if I do that. It's going to sound bad, I could already tell. But we're going to try it anyway. Because it's still going to be on the snare mic. So this is actually a terrible idea. I'll just show you how bad it is.
Cash to my stash.
See how bad that was? Now I could put a bit crusher or something weird on it and make it sound like, you know, it's like some weird ruffle, you know, Scooby-Doo noise, but I don't think that's going to help us here. I think we're just got to leave that in there and just let those hi-hats ride.
To my stash. Solitude.
And we get our power from the guitars coming out back in, the bass coming out back in, and just for argument's sake, I'll try it back to where it was.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
It's not terrible the way it was. Like, I'm sort of okay with it.
Cash to my stash. To my stash. Solitude Jail. It's like another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail.
Let's just take this as long as we can and then fade her out there. Sounds worse. Worse yet.
Cash to my stash. Solitude.
I'm going to see what happens if I put bass and drums for this little section. Let's see what about this.
Cash to my stash.
Sometimes instead of letting the drums rock, you take the drums out, you let the bass rock too. I like doing that.
Cash to my stash.
Like, let's let the bass rock. Let's see how that works. Let's take the drums out.
Try to sound.
The problem is that da-da-ba-ba is actually cool. I like that double kick little fill thing.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
Like, that is better. At least the guitars coming out helps it. Like, who cares? There's enough guitars the rest of the time. They don't need to play right into the change.
My stash. Solitude. Cash to my stash.
Is there any better spot to take them out? Maybe here? No, it's like if they're in, they gotta stay all this time if they're gonna stay, and that's what I don't like about it. And that's that real fade. This one can be faked.
Solitude. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 solitude. Solitude jail is like being alone in places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude.
I just added a lot of 200 hertz to this bass. Just all of it. You got any more 200 over there? Nope. Perfect. Added all of it.
Got an extra ticket to the show. Now my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lane. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces.
Braxel, don't give GDP any crazy ideas. At most, 10 trombones, 10 tambourines, marching bands. I'll tell you the truth. When you try to stick within only using SSL plugins, you get done quicker, man. Woohoo! You get done quicker.
Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail.
You guys are ridiculous. That tambourine has the best EQ on it ever right now. You like that EQ on that tambourine? Yeah? Well, it's all a joke. There is no EQ on that tambourine. Nothing. It's just a mic. That's how I like my tambourines, un-EQ'd.
Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Now my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to say.
Just take some, in case there's any weird rumble, because this is just a live mic in the room, like I told you. It could be a bass bleeding in from next door. I don't want to hear it.
In my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar.
Try to balance this tambourine with wherever the hi-hat feels like it is. The hi-hat feels like it's everywhere. So it makes it tough. But the goal, let's hear if there's hi-hat on this kick. There ain't no hi-hat on that kick. And that's not the trigger, that's the kick in. There ain't no hi-hat on that, obviously. Let's listen to that snare.
I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces.
It's funny, these sound like they're backwards to me, in a way. The left sounds like it's on the right, and the right sounds like it's on the left. I'm judging just by the proximity to the hi-hat. Like this one that says left. Should be, maybe it's right.
Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude jail, in my solitude jail.
I'm gonna freaking have to automate this. There's just no way around it. If I take it off, it doesn't sound as good. And without it, it's almost like something about the way the compression's working on this channel that really makes the snare kind of feel great when it's being played loud, and when it's in those ghost note spots, it just doesn't do it. So I think if I automate the input up, it would probably catch those notes and still do the same thing in these little dead spots. Or I could automate the release itself. I mean, not the release, the threshold of the gate. I could do that too. Choices.
See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. It's like being lost.
I'm going to do a similar thing here. Taking the bass and the choruses and bringing up, just like with the snare, I'm bringing up the like lengthy snare in the choruses because they're getting eaten up by those distorted guitars. I'm going to do a similar thing with the bass. I'm going to just bring up the amp sound in the choruses.
Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude. In solitude jail.
Do this chorus now.
Solitude jail. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude jail. 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 Solitude. Solitude. Solitude.
Snare up, bass up. The bass amp sound really is the one I'm messing with, which is this nasal ear. Once you combine it with the DI, you get something kind of nice. pull this rack up. There's like a little rack hidden here somewhere. This might be it, but we want it on the other track. We want it on the rack track. This thing. I actually want to tune this up a little bit. You can mute this and you'll hear the real time. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh. Too high. Ring's too long. It's actually, this rack is just a little too high for what this is doing, but that's okay. It's not a floor that he hit here. It's definitely a rack. Like, that doesn't sound as right as. Sounds like the rack is just tuned much lower. Might even be a way bigger rack than this one. Let's see something. We're using the 10. Maybe we should use the 12. Let's see. A little 12 love in here. You know, before I do this, let's just copy this so I can get back to that if I need to. Toms 12 up. I usually like the difference between the 12 and the 10 and the 14. This one's going to be way closer. So I don't love that, but we don't need two of these. It's already muted, but.
Sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. Cash to my stash. Cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. It's like being lost. To my stash. Cash to my stash. Solitude. Cash to my stash. Solitude. My stash.
Trying an experiment.
Cash to my stash.
It's kind of cool. I kind of like the pickup.
Cash to my stash. Stash. My stash. Cash to my stash. Cash to my stash. Solitude. Some cash to my stash.
Just fade it out once he hits this thing. Let's see if that sounds terrible.
Some cash to my stash.
Maybe it's just a hard out right there.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
It's such a cool riff. I can't, like, it sounds good playing this. I can't get rid of the bass there.
Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail.
Might have to just let this one ride.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
Just on the boom.
Cash to my stash. Solitude.
Yeah, I think this might just have to play.
Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. My solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in trying to act. I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Oh, got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solid my stash. Faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude.
It's really like the post-chorus. Post-chorus. All right, that's the labeling. Where are we at? Let's get a handle on this. All right, made a bunch of changes to the drums. We brought up this snare and this quiet part a lot. Looks like I brought up even more than the snare. What is grouped here? Nothing. Okay, that's good.
To another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. Solitude jail. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude, jail, in my solitude, jail, in my solitude,
Yep, we're gonna have to automate. Might as well get on that before I say it like another 3 times and not do it. Threshold. We'll start with that. Threshold. Gate threshold. Here we go. Gate threshold.
in my solitude, in my solitude, jail, in my solitude, jail, in my solitude, jail, in my solitude, jail, jail. Got an extra ticket to the show. You're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude.
What's going on, Shigiono? Did I miss it when you showed up, dude? What's poppin', Shigiono? We got a sound just for you, Shigiono. What do we got? That's our Shigiono sound right there. We got a couple crazy ones in here. The Shigiono. Oof, this is a good one here. We got to save that for a freaking something crazy, but we got a couple good ones. Night, Braxel. Thanks for chilling, my dude. I appreciate you coming through, dude. We got some good stuff, man. I hope you're doing it well over there, Shigiono. I like the intercontinental connection.
Sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely. Go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude. I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. So- Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail.
Yep, we do, man. We got this. You've been painting the studio? Painting the studio. That's tough because you got to get everything out to paint, or you got to cover everything. It's never a good time. Everything's wired up, so it's impossible to get stuff out. So you cover it all with tarps. Like, what a pain. I feel for you, dude. Big Mac, I feel for you, dude. Let's throw some effects on some of these vocals here. Just get them a little wetter. What color are you painting it? What are you painting it? Are you painting the ceiling? That's always a tough one. It must smell good.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
We're going to automate that. Ba-da-pop-pop. And I'm going to do it. I usually do a lot of this later, but I'm going to do it now so I don't have to remember it.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
Let's just bring this up. We'll do it on the snare, probably the overheads too, and the kick. Just bring it all up. And on my snare trigger, which I forgot. Let's do that.
Solitude Jail. It's like being locked there. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lost. Maybe I'm a little shy of the soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places.
Good old Mic DSP ML4000 and its special sauce. I don't know if it needs it, but just decided, let me see what happens.
I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places.
That thing is crazy. I do Big Mac Miller Lite Road. I do tile for a living. Pain is the least of my concerns. A buddy of mine is he's a carpenter. He also does some tile work, and it's rough, man. He's like, it's rough on the hands, right? It's just like beats you up. Big Mac Miller Road. I have Mick DSP 4000, and I have only found use for it on toms in the low mids. It's amazing on anything low mid related. It's great on a lot of things, but on the mix bus especially. It's just something stuck with me when I heard Chad Blake say that he's never made a mix in the box without the Mick DSP ML 4000. It's just like that kept ringing in my head when I went to sleep at night, and I was like, it must offer a sound. That's the only reason he would say that. It's whether if you hit it very lightly or whatever, it's like I'm barely hitting reduction on the thing. It still has so much of a sound. I love it. It's really kind of just this giant. It's a giant in the game. That and the inflator are the two plugins that he puts on every mix. He's got multiple instances of it too. He's got it on his drum bus. He's got it on his mix bus. He may even have it on two of his drum buses. Because he's got multiple drum buses. He'll have like a Sans Amp bus and all sorts of flavor, essentially, to saturate and dirty stuff up. But he definitely has it on his mix bus. And he's getting a lot of level from that plug-in. So he's going into it kind of light and then getting a lot of level from that and from the inflator. So when I put those two together, just to kind of see where things are going to sit when I get done, it's often very telling to be like, okay, it's tightening up the low mid, so it helps a lot there. It also adds a lot of excitement to the track without sort of sounding, I don't know, like super duper squashed. It's a different kind of compression. It's a different kind of spank than Mick DSP ML 4000.
Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar.
And when this is too serious and lowering it just doesn't help, Gold Clip is good because it's way more transparent than this.
Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Got my lady. Try to
Yeah, those toms to me sound great. And Big Mac, I always do a little automation pass at some point, and those toms will jump out. I'm not worried. Like, they're already pretty much there. It's just frustrating to me that the part that was played, there's not like a concise start to there's no change there. Like, if I was playing drums on that, you would freaking know the chorus is coming, because I would hold up a sign that says, this part's ending, this part's starting. And this drummer's awesome. He usually does stuff like that. So for some reason, he didn't, do it here. He didn't catch the change, or he made a decision to just leave it this way. Either way, I'm all for it. It's an artistic choice in a way, but it's just probably not a choice I would make if I was, I don't know. At this point in my life, I might have been like, I might punch that part in and just be like, can you create a clear difference between the verse and the chorus here? I don't want the part to just kind of meander one into the next. I really don't like that. But at the time, I was okay with it, so it's got to be good. It's got to be good enough, because that's what was done. So we got, like I said, don't stress about stuff you can't change. Like the tuning of the auto harp can't be changed, and this part cannot be changed.
Solitude jail.
bring these overheads down a bit.
Solitude jail is like being alone in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can tell your faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Your faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Cash to my stash.
Bida-bop-bop.
Cash to my stash. Solid.
Just give him more trigger. Ooh, that's why it's actually not hitting the trigger. Let's fix that. It's set pretty good where I feel like it's catching the rat.
Solid.
That'll help.
Solid.
Yeah, the trigger needs to be adjusted. That's the problem.
Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude.
He's playing so quiet here.
In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude,
I might want to automate the input of this freaking thing.
in my solitude, in my solitude jail.
A lot of times I'll do it with clip gain because then you just don't have to go into the menus, and it's okay. The dynamics of this do whatever they're going to do because it's the trigger track here. The dynamics should be preserved on the original snare, but on the trigger track, do what you have to get it to trigger it.
In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, jail.
Might have to do the other way of using trigger, where you basically tell it what not to be hit, what not to be triggered by. Like you take the kick and make it never see the kick, so you can set the sensitivity much more tight. But
My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail.
The beat kind of sounds like Vaseline, doesn't it?
My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail.
I may have to do that. I may have to do what I'm talking about doing here.
Get along in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail is like being locked in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my.
Yeah, the dynamics are all over the place. Let's see if that helps it. I gotta remember how I did this. I think it's been a long time since I've done this specifically because it's very rare that it needs it, where you can't just sort it out the other way. What did I do? I think it was like everything you send to the left is in this thing, like it's what it will trigger, and everything you send to the right is not. That's what I think it is. Let's see. So like the snare, trigger, this, what are we doing here? We're going to basically send this stuff into here. So let's create a bus for this. Let's start with the output. To 8384 looks free. Bus 8384 free on the output. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. 8384.
In my solitude.
Why does that sound so familiar? 83. Did I use that? No. 95 is where we're at. And this one is 81. Okay, good. All right. 83, 84. And then we send this track left. And that should trigger this thing. Like, it doesn't matter if it's not panned. It should center it anyway coming out of the trigger. So that thing is left. And then we want to send the kick into 83, 84 on the right side. If I'm not mistaken, this is how this freaking thing works. It sounded kind of convoluted, but I remember something to this effect the last time I had to use this ridiculous method. It was something like that. And then you can come in here and basically take the sensitivity way up and the detail way down, and it should just eliminate all the kicks from the equation, essentially. But you got to turn suppress up. You're basically like suppressing. That's what the red shows up for. It's taking out the kick. See how these are kicks? I'm remembering this as I go, so bear with me.
In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude
seems like I'm hearing more kicks. So I'm trying to figure out why. So maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's the right one is the one that you hear.
In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude.
It's triggering the right stuff. Maybe it's just a volume thing. Hold on.
In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 solitude jail. It's like being lonely places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places.
All right, hold on. We sound like a bag of cats in here now. What's going on, bag of cats?
In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail.
So it's eliminating the kick. That's what that red is, I think.
In my
Like, clearly the first hit's a kick. It should be red. So, like, that part's okay.
in my
It's also not popping through here. You notice that? So, like, that part's all fine. And it's just feeding here. And this is feeding the mix bus. So, where are we having issues?
in my solitude,
It's not giving me a kick sound. I mean, a snare sound. That's for certain.
in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude.
That's how it's supposed to work. I mean, we're on the money with that. Let me just lower this thing a lot. And maybe even I'll copy this whole set of automation down below. And then we can kind of remove it from this. Just get rid of this.
I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy.
If you've never seen trigger use like that, I hope that helped. Because it's the move if you, especially if you've got a bunch of drums like close mic'd. Like if I had rack and floor close mic'd and all that, this would really be helpful. It eliminates everything you want to eliminate by putting it in the right side. It just doesn't see it, and then it will see whatever you put in the left side. So you can really like make sure you ain't getting racks and floors and you have 17 toms and it won't matter. You know, it's pretty helpful. I just never find it's, you know, I don't know. If depends on the part and how, if it's super dynamic like this, where he's all these little ghost notes and stuff, it gets tougher to hear. You know, you lose, you probably just can't set it and forget it. Whereas the other way, it works most of the time. Just set it and forget it. You don't really need to even do this.
Maybe I'm a little shy. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places.
Big Mac Miller wrote, I can't use inflator without signal split selected. Oh, I prefer it without signal split selected. Sometimes I'll toggle that thing on and off, but this band split thing, I can't even count like over the last several mixes. I don't think I've ever turned it on recently. You know, it's like back in the day, I used to try everything with it. You know, the maximum effect and turn the input up until the light starts clipping, and that you take clipping off, you turn it back on, like all these ridiculous ways to use this thing. I don't like any of them. I think they're all the wrong way. To me, there's no right or wrong, but to me, what works for me most of the time, lower the input a little bit so it doesn't sound like the sun. It's just too crazy. Make sure the effect is way short of 100%. I hated it 100%. And a lot of times below 50% on both sides works in a way that makes me feel like I'm getting a little something out of it, but not too much where it ruins everything. And I never turn this on early. I think if I turned it on early, I could probably get away with a lot more, like, from it. But I always turn it on late enough where if I put it on, it ruins everything. So I have to go low on the settings because I'm destroying a lot of, the peace. I'm very sensitive to how much peace there is. There's no peace. It sounds like, you want violence always. I don't want peace. It sounds like that,
Still can't get along. Solitude. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Wrong on. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude,
Where you at, Big Mac Miller? Did you let us know? I'm curious where you're at. Are you in the US?
Go. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude.
That's gotta kick in right there, dude.
Type of guy to my stash. Solid.
2-5 up on both.
Stash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Stash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. In my
That G is doing some nice things right there.
stash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places.
Without it is the best. It's gotta be not even there. Just leave it off. It's obviously a volume thing too, but I don't want to compensate for the fact without it just sounds the most balanced. As soon as the G is boosting a little too much on top, a little 800, a little hair on the top. It's a little 1.5, 800 hair. And then the B was darker, so I didn't hate it, but I think without it is better.
Familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along.
That compression was hurting it. There's a little bit of compression on it. Was not helping.
Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an solitude.
Let's get these vocals in our face a little bit.
It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along.
These things I want off.
I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe I'm a little shy.
I should move this stuff around. Where's my lead vocal is now this one, and it's getting these effects, which is there's nothing wrong with that. I could make that work too. Just gotta let's see what's up.
Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not
So this is gonna have some DB verb. That's the David Bendeth verb.
Type of guy.
Took me forever to realize what DB stood for, but now I get it.
It's like being longer places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. To jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Gonna to jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the
I appreciate that, Jaculito. What is wrong with my brain tonight? I appreciate you stopping by, Jaculito. You're the man, dude. It's good having a session with you all, too. You're awesome, dude. I hope your session went well. How'd it go? Hope it was good, man. Have a good night, and I will see you next time, dude. I'm going to keep rocking and rolling here for the next few minutes. We're going to try to make a little more headway on this thing. Still feeling like there's a couple more moves I got to make before I can feel like I can rest easy. And I'll probably continue. This will be a continued one. Like lately we've been trying to keep the streams like 5 hours, 4 to 5 hours, and then do a part 2. So we may do that. But yeah, Jaculito, I appreciate you checking it out, man. You're awesome, dude. Got to do this more often.
solitude jail. It's like being lonely places.
What kind of music are you making over there, by the way? Like, what's the, what was your session like? What kind of tracks you got going on?
See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude. In my solitude jail, in my solitude. In my solitude jail, in my solitude. Jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely
snare just keeps disappearing on us, dude. It's not usual. It's probably something to do with the freaking silencer on there. Is that a little Tom? See this, let's see. We gotta fix that snare trigger, dude. That's definitely it right there. Let's fix that snare trigger before it bugs the jupes out of me. Just thinking, if I feed it from the trigger, it might actually be cleaner. Let's see. basically bypassing the DB verb verses, turning it on in the choruses.
To my stay. Solitude jail. To my stay. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude jail.
I wonder what this would sound like just in this spot going to something like a decapitator or something. So I'm going to turn on this, which is a parallel sending to the decapitator. It's already sitting there just in case I need it. And I'm going to automate this. We're basically going to turn it on here.
Get it on. Get it on. In my solitude. In my solitude jail.
See what it looks like.
Get it on. In my solitude. In my
Let's turn this thing up. I'll just turn it off the rest of the time after we're done.
get it on. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude jail. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail.
This thing may wind up having to be on. It's actually pretty good.
Soul. Trying to add some cash to my stay. Solitude jail. It's like being alone in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like get it on. In my solitude. In my solitude. In my
Freaking bag of cats, dude.
In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude, my solitude, in my solitude jail.
Now it's a battle. Try to sell it to another soul. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Just gonna bring down everything in the session that everything in its entirety here, so I can get a little of my head back. So the kick trigger and all this, and the snare trigger, and one of these is feeding this, so I don't really want to take that down. I want to take the snare trigger down, but not the thing feeding it. Okay, so I think we're good to go with that. Not using any bass buses this time or none of that stuff.
My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail is like being lost in places, see familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being gone in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude.
I'm looking at the master bus to see how hot I'm hitting the first thing in the game.
My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, jail, jail.
is still set all wrong. It's killing me.
Solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail, it's like being lost in places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lost in places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude jail.
Just gotta take it out of these. This is what's doing it. That's what's ruining it.
In my solitude jail, in my solitude.
Gotta take it off in this part practically.
In my solitude jail.
Just those first couple notes are what's messing with it.
In my solitude jail, in my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude jail. In my solitude jail. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my in my in my solitude jail. In my solitude. 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 In my solitude jail. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude.
It's like, just tickle that thing with your freaking eyebrow, will you? Just a little eyebrow tickle. Perfect. It's exactly what we need here. Just a little eyebrow tickle. Like you haven't decided if you want to play drums on or not in this part. Perfect.
In my solitude.
Can't hear the freaking things. There's like nothing there.
Get along. In my solitude. In my.
I'm gonna try something else. Take this off in the spot. Just no more. Just get out of here with the in this terrible spot. least now we can hear the freaking part. All right, we're making progress. Way better.
Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Silent. Get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Got an extra ticket to the show. I can't get nobody else to go. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Silent. Got an extra ticket to the show. I can't get nobody else to go. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Silent. Solitude Jail. Not your type of guy. Silent. Not your type of guy. Solitude Jail. It's like being all the places.
We're fighting with this thing, but we've established that during these very delicate ghost notey parts, we cannot have that silencer ruining our lives, is what we decided.
Maybe not your type of guy.
It's so weird. I wouldn't expect that to be the fill, but that's the fill. It's that weird flam. Like, that's how it sounds. There's a kick right here.
Maybe not your type of guy.
Just gonna take this kick out for a second and see if it sounds way worse. Yeah, I mean, there's a freaking kick there. I think it sounds better without this kick here, but there's a kick and a floor tom, like, flamming. Where's that snare? We don't need this. Maybe this is our problem. Maybe this snare should not be here. Way better. Way better. Way better. That's what it should be. Get rid of all that stuff. Okay. we're powering through. We're powering through, and I definitely am feeling the weight of the day on me at this point. I've been up since freaking forever, I feel like 8 a.m. or something crazy. I don't know. 7 or 8. I know it doesn't sound that late. I mean, that early, but when you're going till 1, 2 a.m., it's late. Like, so I'm going to try to get this in a position where, like, I'm okay with it to freaking put it on hold till tomorrow. Because that's the thing. It's like the idea is finish this thing in a part 2 is what I'm thinking. There's something about the way the drums were played, and it's not just the drums, it's the mic setup. It's not the drummer's fault. It's like the way it was mic'd was not ideal for the parts that were played. There's a lot of stuff that I'm fighting right now, and I'm fighting it every step of the way. There's a lot of fighting going on. Sometimes it's like, so I have a lot of different, like I have a second drum sound coming up to give us some life in the parts where they're very dynamic. The decapitator thing, and that's what you see me automating this send level. That's really what you're looking at, is where the decapitator is. The drum parallel that's just like this distorted kind of trash kit kind of sound. And then when this part happens, this silencer's got to come back, because I hate that hi-hat, just like that sound. So there's a bunch of things, like in this spot, the decapitator's off, so that's not creating this, but the silencer is on. I mean, it's off still, and it should probably come back. Like, this should be on. So at least get rid of some of those hi-hats. And the same thing that bugged me like 2 hours ago still bugs me, that there's nothing from that part that like makes it jump into this next. I need some more excitement. That fill isn't enough. So we're gonna give us a little life on these guitars a little bit, like 1/6 up, 1/6 up. AIM AI Energy, what's poppin', dude? What's poppin', man? I appreciate that, GDP. I appreciate that, dude. It's you know, it's like win some, lose some. Sometimes it's a tougher battle to fight. I know you know that. Sometimes it's, you know, the sun even shines on a dog's ass some days. Anybody can win the lottery. It's from another one of my favorite movies. I quote that movie a lot. There's a couple movies that I will always quote, and I feel like a lot of people don't know that movie. They don't know every line from it the way I do. It's a great movie. Woo! God, I want water. All right, here we go. This is going to be one of those, like, Third Eye Blind. They come in loud and we get quiet immediately after a little bit. Not a whole lot of quiet, but we ain't going to leave it up there the whole time.
Solitude Jail. It's like being loved in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude Jail. It's like being loved in places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude. Faces, I still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being lost in places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude jail, in my
Niles Pache. Nailed it. Nailed it. Of course, the OG version, there might not even be. Is there even another version of that? I think it's just the OG. Did they make a remake of that? I hope not. If they did, you know, they probably made it with, like, women. I don't know, but that movie's so good. Don't ruin that. You can't beat Rosie Perez in that movie? No way. You can't beat Wesley. You cannot beat Woody. No chance. Don't even try it.
solitude jail is like being lost in places. See familiar faces.
Oh, he says, yup, Jack Harlow starts. No. No. That's like the worst news I've heard all day. Not that he's bad. He might be great in it, but that movie is a classic to me. That's just like, I don't know, maybe I do have to see the remake. Maybe I shouldn't judge it before I see it. But the OG is so OG. You can't get away from that. It's the best. I saw that movie like 100 times when I was growing up. I saw it 100 times. That's why I quote it all the time. I quote it all the time while I'm mixing. You still throwing up bricks? You still throwing up bricks? What is this, a Macy's convention? Clang, clang. It's just the best trash talking in any movie ever. It's so good. Went straight to Hulu. Horrible review. Doesn't surprise me, man. Because that was such a classic. You can't beat that movie. I mean, I appreciate whatever like Hollywood exec thought this is a good one to reboot, but that's that video I made recently. Everybody's trying to reboot everything because nobody can take a risk on a script because there's no money on the back end. It's just all about what somebody will show up to a theater for, and then they don't make no other money. So it's terrible for entertainment, man. Because nobody's taking any risks. It's been that way with music for a long time, but like movies are feeling the same pain. What's poppin', Niles? I'm glad because you got that awesomeness. We're gonna give you the special. This is the Niles Pache welcome signal right here. That that sound might be actually better than some of the snare in here. We need one more Fast and the Furious movie is right. I feel like we're one short of a full deck of 52 cards of Fast and the Furious. I feel like we're 51 movies in. Is that true? Rosie Perez, Niles Pache wrote, Rosie Perez, that woman, what an amazing ball of energy and personality. The stuff she's done and seen in the 80s and 90s New York has to be utterly astounding. You're spot on with that. She was always awesome to watch. Every movie. If she was in it, people would be like, oh, Rosie Perez is in it. She's awesome, dude.
Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody along. Got an extra ticket to the show.
At least now it's starting to blend and sound like one drum kit a bit. But it took a minute to figure out how to deal with that. That was like a freaking Rubik's Cube. Let's put some more bass in this song. Now that we've added the Mic DSP, we can get away with more bass. It's actually one of my favorite reasons I like using it because it cuts things and tames them in just the right places where you can then get away with more bass. Who doesn't want to get away with more bass? Use the multiplier. You're up at 9K. We're way up in the top of that air zone of the bass, but we're giving it some love. Bada bing. What's poppin', Alex Kristoff? Alex Kristoff in the house. I love these sounds. That's my party whistle right there. Where are we at? I'll tell you where we're at. We were fighting with these drums for a minute because there's parts being played that were very quiet. So whatever the gates were doing were just all wrong for the quiet parts, and they were just taking out all the ghost notes. And then if I didn't have the freaking gates on, when the next part of the song came on, it just sounded like a bunch of people breaking plates. Sounded like a Greek restaurant where the waiter drops the stuff. It was just constant plate breaking. So what did we do? We did a lot of stuff. I don't. It's hard to remember. We added I just kept pulling out every tool, every trick in the book, pretty much. The decapitator showed up every once in a while to create to basically make that part sound better than it did before. It's adding a lot of life, I think. Hopefully. We'll see when I have fresh ears, but at the moment, hear those ghost notes? You hear that? Like now we can hear the snare and the ghost notes because I've automated this additional parallel bus with some decapitator on it to just dirty it up like a nice trashy drum bus to thicken that section. That's in all the verses, and anytime the stuff's super quiet, and the rest of the time that thing ain't even there. It might need to be there a little bit. I mean, it's just that when you combine that trashy thing with an open hi-hat, it doesn't sound good. So we're all over the place. But it's pretty, I mean, it's coming together. It's coming together. That's what I could say. It's coming together. It's coming together. Humidity, where are we at out here? We're coming up with ideas for a Rosie Perez movie. We have a couple we're tossing around. Niles Pache wrote at GDP. Vin's been trying to make the last Fast and the Furious for some time. I bet you they don't want to give him enough money, and Vin wants to make it a massive flick. They don't want to give him enough money. That guy invented money practically at this point with the amount of Fast and the Furious movies the dude made. And the funny thing, I think about this all the time. Vin Diesel was in Boiler Room, like way before he was Triple X. And he was in a bunch of other things. But like Boiler Room is so far from the character he plays in Triple X, it's not even funny. You know, welcome to acting, right? But that's the point. The dude's a great actor. And it all gets overshadowed with the action hero stuff because, I don't know, it's a different kind of acting, that's for sure. And didn't he get paid some astronomical amount of money to say, like, I am Groot 1,000,000 times? I don't know. I mean, that's probably one of the hard, like, it sounds like it's not a hard gig, but to say the same phrase and have it sound and mean and feel different every time, it's got to be pretty hard to do. It's harder than people think, I bet. GDP wrote, humidity is 30% outside. When it hits the warmer air in the studio, it drops 25%. My humidifier can't keep up. It's getting hard to breathe. What? Is it getting harder and harder to breathe? Is it, Is it when it gets cold outside and you got nobody? When it gets cold outside and you got to sing you got to do it in a falsetto or it doesn't work because he's too high. When it gets cold outside and you got nobody to love. Terrible rendition of that song. It's getting harder and harder to breathe. Is there anyone out there? 'Cause it's getting harder and harder to breathe. There's a track in the background that you know whoever produced that was like, hey, somebody needs to go, somebody needs to pant like a dog in the background during this section. Sure, no problem. And they did it. And it sounds, I mean, it's in there. It's in the mix, I'll tell you that much. I mean, if it's not in the mix, then I'm just crazy and I just hear that. But I think it's there because I don't notice that sound when I'm not listening to that song. Another Transformers movie. Oh my goodness. Where are we? Alex Kristoff said, yeah, I can't wait to fire up the 8-channel preamp and deal with all that instead of just playing each drum individually with no bleed. Yeah. Yeah, you mean you have an electric drum set? Is that what you're talking about? Those could be all right. They're a lot more. I love miking drums because I love like the whole idea of microphones. It's a lost art, man, miking drums, but it takes a long time to get good at it. And at the time that this was recorded, I wasn't that great at it. This is a very long time ago. Like, you learn how to be better at this stuff from failing at it. It's the best way to learn. Like, do it and do it wrong, and then do it again and do it again and do it again. That's how you get better at it. And every time you do it, you learn something. Like, don't keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. You know, the best thing for people learning how to engineer is actually don't leave the mic set up all the time. Like, that's clearly the best way to be able to record quickly. But if you're trying to get better at engineering, you need to actually take note of how you're setting stuff up, how it sounds, and then try to make it better and improve by moving the mics like each time you do it. Don't leave the mic set up all the time. Record 100 songs and then think they all suck later. That's the worst way to do it. You know, it's also random. You're basically guessing. And if you move the stuff, you won't be guessing. You'll actually be like, you know, listening to what you've recorded, even if it's one song at a time. You know, I wouldn't go back and record all the songs either. I would just move it each time and try to improve the sound, you know, before you actually record the track, and do your best to do that, but keep moving them each time. And then you'll get a sense of, okay, it's better when it's facing more on the skin, or it's better when it's this far away from whatever. It's better when the back of the mic is pointed where the hi-hat is, not, you know, off on this angle. It actually sounds good to get a side snare mic. Like, there's so many different things you could come up with, but you have to experiment to figure it out. I got told, well, that's just silly. Well, I have no drum. Yeah, no drum bleed is great. You know, no drum bleed can be great, but as long as it doesn't sound unnatural. The worst thing about electric drum sets years ago was that they didn't sound natural. And today I think they're probably way improved. Probably. Spielberg won't let anybody remake any of his movies. It doesn't surprise me. That's interesting, and because, you know, why? That's interesting. I don't know. That's interesting. It's very different in music, right? Like, an artist can be upset if you cover their song, but I don't know. They don't really have the right to tell you not to, do they? They could just sue you. Well, I guess that's all he could do. I don't know. It's confusing. I don't know how that stuff works. GDP, I woke up in a depressive funk. The voices told me nobody cares about what I do or talk about, so just be quiet. Nah, dude. Get out of there. Yo, Starship Troopers I remember watching that for one specific reason. Denise Richards. And if anybody needs to know what I'm talking about, the movie Wild Things, Denise Richards. I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. Most likely you guys know what I'm talking about. Who else was in that? What was her name? What was the girl's name who was in everything at that time? She was in the Scream movie and stuff. What was her name? I forget. She's a good actress. I can't remember her name. She's in The Craft. What was her name? Why can't I remember her name? My memory's usually pretty good. That's how you know I'm tired. That's terrible. I can't remember her name. Let me know if you know her name. I still haven't seen Boiler Room. You gotta see Boiler Room. Boiler Room is ridiculous. It's an amazing movie. Vin is like 60 years old and most likely lying about his age. Yup. Real drums only. Mo presets, no pre-setup. Always go through the time and pain to do everything. Yup, exactly. That's the way to do it. I learned so much about how to record drums by recording them wrong so many times. And it doesn't matter how many times you know how to do it right. There's so many little nuances that you got to actually make those mistakes too, or you won't remember all the little nuances. Like, just because somebody tells you how to do it, or you watched people do it, or they told you how to do it 5 times, it's nothing. Like, you need to really just get at it. Nothing teaches like making mistakes. Niles is writing, well, in music, the artist can't stop anybody from covering their song. Movies are completely different. You need a ton of rights permissions to remake a script. Yeah, from The Craft. Nev Campbell, that was it. Nev Campbell. She's got that name you can't forget. Neve Campbell, for all us musicians, all us making music, I think we all know that name is Neve Campbell. It's not Nev. It's Nev to the rest of the world. It's Neve Campbell to us. I think we all know. Right? You guys know. What's the sound? Neve Campbell. I think we all know it's Neve Campbell. Wake up. Promise to put a little makeup.
Faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude jail, in my solitude. In my solitude jail, in my solitude.
Niles likes the sound effect jams. Yo, these sound effect jams are going to pop off. They're just, at the moment, where it's all new. It's all new. Everything's new. The whole thing's new, but at least we have a lot of fixes on it. Like, do you remember, you saw the stream where all of a sudden my camera angle switching thing just fell apart, the stream jam, and then I had to go back to clicking it by hand. Like, we've had a couple crazy debacles. So far, this thing's smooth sailing. I don't want to jinx us, but we're up and running. We're doing some smoothness. I hope the air in GDP's place isn't freaking that humid stagnant. You out of that stagnancy? Get out of that stagnancy, bro.
I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail is like being longer places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being longer places.
That snare disappears too much for my liking. And it could have something to do with the freaking craziness here that's like... Let's throw an EQ on this thing. I typically wouldn't reach for that just out the gate, but I think it's time. Throw a freaking EQ on this thing. I know that doesn't sound particularly good right there, but when you combine it with this, we're okay. Sounds weird, but listen. So you don't worry about all that exists here. By the time it gets fed into here, it's negating most of what you're hearing when this is soloed. See, the way the trigger thing works, which is weird, is we have a snare track here. It's basically, I could have run it straight from this snare, but there was like a, this weird gating thing happening and stuff. So I had the trigger track on this own thing, which is just a copy of the snare track, right? And then instead of that, I was like, okay, I'm going to put the trigger here so I could do the advanced way to use this thing, which is you send the snare to the left, you send anything you don't want triggered to the right. So by the time it populates through here, this side is showing you the snare hit, this side's showing you what it's not letting out, because you turn the suppress, like a suppressor. So you basically suppress that thing. I don't know why that word sounds so weird to me right now. Suppress. You suppress it. That's how tired I am. You turn it up to 100%. You take the detail down. You could crank the sensitivity, and it will just give you the snare hits. But if you go to solo it, it'll sound like a bag of cats if you're soloing it before the trigger. So that doesn't usually work. But if you look at what it's doing, you'll see it's not all these bumps don't actually make it through to this. Just if you watch this is all that's going out. It goes from here to here, and then this goes out. This doesn't go out anywhere. Now, when the part changes to quiet, you got to get rid of that this thing cannot be as loud as it was a second ago. That only works with the distorted parts. So yeah, it's just been a lot of battling stuff like this constantly. But yeah, every time I hear that dude, it's like reminds me of that old song, like being stoned. Yeah, I'll be with you, girl, like being low. Hey, 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 like being stoned. Such a great song. The band's called Cracker. The song's called Low. It's actually one of my, it's one of the songs I use for reference. For like, I just love the way that sounds, that song. I like that riff, that. Such a cool. I really like that song. Don't you want to go down like some misplaced cosmonaut?
Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail is like being lost.
Let's see what I can do to beef these up a bit here.
Maybe not your type of guy.
I keep forgetting this isn't the lead. I keep because this is not pan left, so I got to change the order of this because I'm going to forget this every time I touch it. I'm going to forget this freaking thing. This one's right, the other one's left. This one way down here is the center. So I got to just pull these below this other one, or I'm always going to keep forgetting that.
Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail is like being lost. I can't get nobody else to go. Trying to add some cash to my stash.
Let's take this to my stash.
Trying to add some cash to my stash.
See if we can get away with To My Stash being on one vocal only. This is like a little bit of
Cash. Cash to my stash.
what is selected here? Let's go To My Stash. Here we go. To My Stash.
Cash to my stash.
No, it disappears. Too much.
Cash to my stash. Some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely.
I don't know if I trust it.
Else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being. Maybe I'm a little shy.
Meaty, dude. Meaty riff. That's what we got. We got meaty riffs.
Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Jail, jail, jail. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely. Maybe not your type of guy.
These probably need a little bit of love, little bit of like reverb. Could probably create one reverb send and just send a bunch of things to it, like this and maybe this. The snare already. You know what? Let's just send this to the snare. That's something I never do. Let's do a couple things I never do. That's one of them. Let's hit it. Let's share a reverb with the snare. It should sound terrible. Let's go for it.
Maybe not your type of guy. Silence.
Doesn't sound too bad.
I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game.
I definitely don't like though that it's just a mono reverb on the snare, and I kind of wanna. I wanna. I would like a ring. I would like a ring. I would like a diamond ring on my wedding finger. I would like a big shiny diamond. What is it? Maybe we'll use this. We'll use whatever this is. We don't need this. It's not being used. Let's throw it up here. 113, 114. Let's use that. I would like a ring. I would like a ring. I might like a diamond ring on my wedding finger. I would like a ring. That song's pretty good, honestly. It's like, who doesn't like that song? You'd have to be crazy not to like that song. Like, there's something just wrong with you if you don't like that song. It's that girl can sing. Like, who cares about if you don't like the lyrics or whatever? Like, get over yourself. They're just lyrics. But the melody, her talent, like her voice, undeniable.
I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game.
I didn't click FMP, follow main pan, because I'm thinking maybe we'll do opposite day. Like this one's on the right, so maybe we'll go hard. on the same side. But maybe we won't. Maybe we'll do opposite sides. We'll see it.
I don't even know your name. And I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little.
I kind of like that, but if we go opposite day, let's just see something. Opposite day, but let's turn this on. It'd be nice if it was on. What do you guys think? I think on would be good. What do you guys think? On or off? I think on should be good. Here we go.
Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail. It's like being lonely places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude.
It wouldn't be a song that I work on unless we add some weirdness in it, like that crazy, this bus of crazy.
To the show. Solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places, see familiar faces, I still can't get along. My solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude.
What's up, Pong Master? How you doing, dude? Hope you're doing well. We got a special sound for you right here, man. It's good to see you. That's our welcome. That's our welcome right there. We got a bunch more crazies. We got some crazy sound effects in here. But yeah, dude, it's been a long one. It's good to see you though. It's we got a mix underway here that we've been battling with, that's for sure. And I'm excited to rest my ears on this one and pick it up tomorrow. So I'm about there. I just wanted to check on headphones before I do real quick. We got a lot done. We got so much done.
Lonely places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash.
That Coolness track. I have a track that's called Coolness, and I don't know if you guys saw that, but I just turned it on and it started to be cool. I recommend everybody set up a track, label it Coolness, whether you use it or not, because it'll build confidence, if nothing else. But what you have going on here is some Galaxy tape echoes into an altar boy, into a pan man. This was something we pulled up on the last track, or I think it was the last mix. Maybe it was the one before it. But we basically needed to make more of this like weird ending of a song. And then this thing was my solution to that. Filter Freak is a sweep echo kind of sweep EQ, where it'll basically like, you know, that kind of a thing. But I have the random sweeper on, and then check this out, the random swooper. You heard me correct. Random sweeper and random swooper. Why? Because I couldn't decide which one I wanted, so I used both. And then little plate. And isn't that a surprise? Little plate! We got a deep cavern on little plate, which is by far my favorite go-to setting. And it's creating this, it's softening whatever's happening. That's how I look at it. Little plate's a sweet softener. It's a fabric softener. And then you got your Galaxy tape echo doing its thing, but none of this stuff is like by itself. Everything's automated. Look at all the parameters that are being automated. It's like, yoo-hoo, automation. That's what we have. Lots of automation. Automation station. It's just insane. And altar boy pitch is being automated. I don't know why or whatever, but it sounds cool, so I'm not going to touch it. Last song we had to do something. This one it's already there, so it just sort of sounded cool. I turned it on and it's like, oh, there's a spaceship flying around now. Perfect. We actually need that.
Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude Jail is like being lovely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being lovely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. They're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude,
Give me some smack on that snare.
in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude, can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail.
It's so funny how it's just like so faint all of a sudden. It's like this. The snare drum is Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Sometimes you hear it, and sometimes you don't. You don't hear it.
Solitude jail, in my solitude, in my
Like right there. Like who decided right there we were gonna just barely tap the thing as if I just grazed my foot over it. Just flick of the foot. Flick of the foot.
in my solitude.
Luckily we have clip gain, but like, come on.
Solitude, in my solitude jail, in
Well, now that that's sorted out,
In my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my.
it just happens to be like all the time in this song. There's these moments. There's so many of them that are just like this, where they're just the drums are being played so faintly.
Solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my.
I love the part he's playing. I just wish it was more loud. I want to hear more of it.
Solitude, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. I see familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along with my solitude. In lonely places, I see familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along with my solitude. In my solitude.
Yeah, I'm just done fighting with this thing for tonight. It's just there's all like this is another spot that I have to freaking make where I can hear it.
My solitude, in my solitude jail,
This sounds like this should come off here.
my solitude, my solitude, my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail.
Yeah, we solved this problem a different way, and I never addressed the spot. I have to address this spot now. Clearly the gate is set all bonkers for this part. And that's the most troubling thing about this song, is that there's not one setting that will work for every part of this song, because the drums are changing so much in terms of the volume that they're played. Like this is, he's actually playing fairly loud here, but you would never know it. Like even the waveform is crazy. Like I feel like I'm boosting like crazy. 6 dB I'm boosting. Like without that, it's like barely even audible. It's so interesting. That's because of all the compression I've been adding to make it level. But thanks, Pongmaster. Man, Allison changed them bones. That's a favorite right there. I love. That's an amazing song. But I appreciate that. That's a sick compliment right there, dude. That's where that's at. That deserves one of those, bro. We got I feel like I've been abusing the same buttons on this thing constantly. But those are my favorites. So you should feel lucky you got a favorite, dude. You favored up. The Allison Chains Them Bones, one of my favorite tunes because the riff is so like just starts with that and then it's just like it's so like melancholy. Need them bones into the day. I feel so alone. I love how it goes major. It's all that like half step all day, whatever that half step thing is, and then I feel so alone. Got him about to beg around them all. I love the majorness of that is so cool. Does anybody remember the song a long time ago? I don't remember what the band was, but they had a song that I felt like was a kind of a rip on Them Bones. And I remember thinking at the time, like, this is just, like, they heard Them Bones and they did their own version of it. It's a very different song. I forget who it is. Who is it, though? It was like, I hear the song in my head now. It's and so here's a poem to myself. It helps me to live. In case of fire, break the glass and move. He goes like, break the glass and move on until you're home. Something like that. Anybody remember that song? I think it's called Poem. But I remember when I heard that, I remember thinking this is similar to I feel so alone, got end up moving. But I mean that's the OG, and I remember being like, it's like an homage to it in a way. All right, let's figure out why this thing falls off a cliff right here. All right. That's some trippy stuff. Mr. Psychotronic, how are you doing over there, bud? We got a new sound for you, dude. We got a... That's an awful sound. I got to come up with something better. How about this one? That might be weak. We got some special sounds, but we haven't found the good stuff just yet. How you doing over there, Mr. Psychotronic?
Oh, you're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along.
I've never wanted to overdub a crash cymbal so bad in my life. I hate, you know me. When have I ever said that? Never.
Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail.
Where's that crash?
Cash to my stash. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude Jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my jail, solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. In lonely places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. In lonely places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my
I'm actually thinking what we'll do is we will turn this on. Like, I want the guitar to change sounds a little bit. I don't know why I came up with this idea just now, but it's because I like this thing off, and then it's not going enough places for me. So like right here, let's turn it off here. First chorus off. You know what I'm saying? Although arguably it could use a little top end or something there. I mean, it could use something, you know. I just like the warmth of it, but when you hit that, I like this, Alex Christoph. Alex wrote, when you hit them two low notes in that riff, it makes me feel like a big, strong man. That's what we're talking about. Which two low notes in the riff? Those at the end of the verse riff? Is that what you're talking about? This one? At the very end? Is that what we're talking about? Those things? Cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. The chorus riff. Yeah, the chorus riff makes us feel like strong men. I agree with you, dude. That's what's up. That's what's up. We got Mr. Psychotronic, things are fine, coffee time, hand purple blue piece. Hand purple blue. We got our, yeah, I could go for a cup of tea for sure. An English cup of tea, eh? This guy thinks he's British. Sonos Frost Grand Furniture with smasher boxes and matching side my coffins. She's terrible partial to the Periwinkle Blue Bus. All right, extremely, I would call this a very simple, streamlined session. Let's just check our master bus jam right here. Some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. I could definitely hit this harder. We're just tickling this freaking thing. Just tickling it. Some cash to I don't know how that ratio snuck up to 20 to 1. I'm not sure how that happened.
Some cash to my stash. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. In my solitude.
I think this is going to be a good place to leave it because there's so much crazy. Like tomorrow we'll automate the finishing touches, maybe some flavor automation. That's always the good move for the second stream. So we'll see how it goes. Feeling good about this. Feeling good. At least in here, in these Odyssey Many Marokin MM500s. They sound great. Those headphones sound so good. It's crazy. It's almost a trick sometimes. Like, I don't like to trust them because they sound too good. I don't know them well enough yet, whereas these are old and they sound less good. But it's a good tell. If they sound good on these, it's like NS10s. Should be okay. But I don't even really want to put those on. I want to just kind of ride this out, whatever it's at right now, and then we will do a tomorrow check. And I'll finish up tomorrow. That's the deal. But let me see. You know what I didn't put on this? And it was by design. I really didn't put it on yet, but I think everyone is expecting it to show up. That's the last thing I want to do before I jump off here. I want to throw on the stereo imager to see if I get any extra love in the choruses, because like I'm squeezing every bit of life I can out of the guitars being the thing that jumps up, because there's not a whole lot else. The auto harp is the only other instrument other than bass and drums, and vocals. So maybe the this fusion jam can give us a little bit of life. The good thing is once you've like got your markers in, it's easy to figure out where to put this thing. So like out of the verse, out of here, and then here, boom, we're going to hit them. And then over here, we're going to do the same thing. Boom, we're going to hit them. See, it's on over here in the chorus. And then in the bridge, maybe we'll pull it out and then bring it back in the chorus so that it feels like it goes somewhere. It's all about making it go somewhere. I don't know about you guys, but the bicycle horn is probably here to stay. I'm not sure, but I think it might be. I like that bicycle horn. Funny, I'm adding so little, 2.5 dB, but it's a lot. It feels like so much brighter for some reason. Those headphones are kind of dark. That's why when I put on those things, my first thought was, let's brighten the guitars. And then I take them off and I'm like, it's kind of bright.
Solitude jail is like being lonely places. the show. Million faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to million faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash.
Just want you guys to hear that lyric real quick. Trying to add some cash to mustache. Mustache. I don't know. Anyway. I don't think I have a womp womp. Womp womp. The closest thing we have to a womp womp is I don't know. I feel like the good stuff needs to happen for me. For the buttons don't work unless the good stuff happens. Like I don't know which button to hit unless it's something good. Like I don't know what this is, but somebody got to do something cool and good, and then I'll throw something in there that warrants that button, whatever this button is. And I'm gonna hit it. I'm not sure what it does exactly. I don't know what sound that makes. It's probably not I think they're all bicycle horns, to be honest. They're just different. They're different notes of the bicycle horn. Uncle Rick. Let us investigate.
It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. It's like
That's how you know I'm tired. This whole time I'm like, why can't I hear it? The freaking thing is down to 0. Wow. I gotta go to sleep. Pass out while I'm printing this thing. We're gonna turn this on in the choruses. Good old Andy Wallace. Let's get wide in the chorus with that bass. Verse, we don't need it. On, off. Let us go. Wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off. Paint the house. Paint the fence. Why do I keep doing this backwards? What is wrong with me? This is on. This should be off. I'm bugging out. I am bugging out. We're muting, so it's not bypass. So the freaking orange light's going to turn on. All right, we're muted here. We're back in.
Solitude Jail. Solitude Jail. It's like being locked in my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude jail. 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 Solitude jail. It's like being jail. 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 Solitude.
I think I just figured out something I could do here. Let's see if it sounds terrible or not. The word jail is going to be our cue to mute stuff. So I jumped in and I muted real quick because I'm a quick on the upswing right there. Bada bing, bada boom. And then what are we going to do? Let's take the drums out here too. Let's see if that works. Because they don't do anything. They just go, they play straight through. So it's the perfect opportunity. Let's get rid of them. Don't give me a reason to get rid of the drums. I'll do it. Here we go. I'm just crazy enough to do this. Right after whatever kick is last, there's a kick over here, and it's going to go pop. Right here. We don't need anything after this. And then we'll bring them back when it's time to come back. You're in timeout, drums. You're in timeout over there. Let's see what we got.
My solitude.
not sure if I like it, but it's close. We may be onto something. We may be onto something. We may be onto something. Yeah. We may be onto something. When in doubt and you need to make another group and you may have already made one called drums, just add a bunch of S's. I think we all know that that's what you do. Let's face it. It's always been what you do. It's always going to be what you do. Everybody does it. You might as well do it too. Let's get a little more of that kick life. Jail, sonnin'. Solitude Jail. Jail, son, in lonely places. See familiar faces. Still can't jail them all. Jail sunnin' time, guys. Everybody knows what time it is. It's jail sunnin' time. All right. All right, we got to just make these vocals, all vocals, a little bit louder, not a whole lot. We're getting close to calling this here. I'm feeling like I can rap soon and I won't be disheartened to start tomorrow. That's the thing. If you get your mix in a position where you got most of the stuff done and it's like, if you can find something to like is really the thing, you're good to start another day and finish it up. You know, you just can't be in a position where you hate everything. That's really the problem. If you get away from the hate everything, you're doing well. All Vokes. I dare you guys to not hear Chail now that I just said that. You'll hear Chail every single time because I said it. That's the power of suggestion. That's why if your brain starts telling you S is this, S is that, you're going to hear nothing but like your S problems. But as soon as you get away from that, it's probably okay. It's just the power of suggestion. Don't sweat it. Alex Christoph said, yup, that's the kind of top-end dirty bass tone. Yup. Over a car rattling clean sub is the bee's knees. Yup. Dude, I like the bass sound in Purple by STP so much. The whole album. That's what that album sounds ridiculous. And the bass tone is this kind of like, it's that dirty but not overly dirty. Like in this song, I happen to not use my bass bus. Notice that? The bass bus I always use that has all this crazy saturation stuff, I'm not even using it. I'm using this bus with the decapitator, a little bit of saturation. Okay, I give. But little micro shift for that, what's some who's at the little bit of that chorusy goodness. Got that going on. That's really the thing. And whatever's on the tracks, which is just a 4kg and a 1176.
Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along.
Speaking of pickle juice. What do we have to do? I'll tell you what we have to do. We got to make sure the auto harp can be heard. I don't know, something about the pickle juice line that you just dropped was like, you know what? I wonder if we can hear the auto harp, even though it's not what you said. That's what I heard. I heard pickle juice, auto harp. Let's just turn all these auto harps up. Maybe the end ones are fine. Let's just call this harp group 1, and then the other one will be group 2.
Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. My solitude in my
kind of like that weird sound of this on that other guitar. Maybe I can use it here, just less of it. I just like how it softens this a lot.
Solitude jail. It's like being lost in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. It's like being lost in places. See familiar faces. Still can't get along. Got an extra. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Solitude.
All right, I think we're on to something. We're going to leave it kind of close to this. I'm going to print one. Every time he says it, I start drooling like it's probably the pickle juice. Listen, everybody knows the best kind of pickles are the garlic dill or whatever they're called. Like they're half sour, but the ones that are really cucumber like, those are the best pickles. Like the crunch, bright green. That's where it's at. Everybody knows. I think they're called, maybe they're not garlic dill, I don't know, but they're half sours, but they're real half sours. Like none of that turn-in sour stuff, like half sour. Like a solid seal in the jar. All right, let's run it. Let's run one. Got to print one of these things.
Don't even know your name.
You know, I got to just try this. I just got to throw Mark Daniel Nelson on because I love this plugin. Let's see if it's doable in this position. Let's see if it helps or hurts. Let's find out.
I don't even know your name.
Well, it's a bit of a volume increase. That's a given.
I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail. It's like being another soul. Rather trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude,
I love the way those drums sound there. That gives me Air vibes. Freaking Virgin Suicide's Air vibes right there.
jail, in my solitude, in my solitude, jail, in my solitude, in my solitude, jail.
The pickle should sound a little unhinged. Dude, I got to figure out what you guys are talking about later with this. 3 packages incoming. I should get my butt off the couch and walk to the studio. This is Mr. Psychotronic incoming. A handmade experimental synthesizer. Ridiculous. Very sick. More ICs for the preamp modding project and a vintage DBX 286A. Pretty sweet, dude. Pretty sweet. That's awesome. That is awesome. It's fun putting stuff together, right? I mean, you clearly love it. That's your, I could tell. That's your thing. That's awesome, dude. Like building stuff, putting stuff together. It's great stuff.
To another soul, rather trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my, it's like being in lonely soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail, it's like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail.
I gotta just see something for my own sake. I want more snare, so I duplicate it. I'm gonna make this inactive and just be able to kind of see if I can make this rock closer to the same level.
Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail, like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. They're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail, it's like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail, it's like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. To another soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail, it's like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being in lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude,
All right, we're in a place where I could print this now. There may be a moment or two that pops out, and I'm like, oh no, what about the snare there? But I don't think I have it in me to finish that tonight. I think I'm in a place where it's good enough to stop here, finish this tomorrow, and then we'll be okay. We will do who's it? We'll do finishing touches, flavor, and automation tomorrow on this. And Mr. Psychotronic saying I have phases. He has phases where he builds and phases where he records and then produces weird music videos for the tracks to put them on YouTube, but those are more occult rituals than anything else. Volcano green lava orange. Nice, dude. Right now I'm fixing setup problems that I noticed during the last recording phase. Nice. It's good to have a pattern like that where you kind of circulate what you're doing. At least for me, I like to mix things up. So, some days mixing live stream is awesome, and some days I can't share the mixes that I'm doing on a live stream. And some days making videos is awesome, and some days experimenting with different recording techniques is awesome. I mean, it's kind of no end to it. As long as you keep mixing it up, I think it's always fun. Like the engineering end is really a lot of it is experimental, and I love that side of it. And I feel like part of every day should be some amount devoted to learning new stuff. Even if it's like hearing something you've heard before again, you'll pick up different things. I love listening to people who I respect who make like any kind of lecture or anything they're doing, like panels, lectures, podcasts. I listened to a Steve Albini and Fred Armisen podcast, and it was, somebody, they're both from Chicago, right? So the dude who was given the interview on this podcast, from years ago, it's obviously a like a rerun of it, but he was from like some Chicago station also, but it was like listening to that was cool. It's not all about music. It's kind of about the scene, it's just cool stuff, but like that they both were a part of. It's kind of cool. And Fred Armisen's hilarious and Steve Albini's awesome. So you put them together, and what do you got? You got great stuff. That's what you got. But like anything you could learn from is great. Steve Albini's awesome. I love listening to the stuff he's got to say. It's so cool that we have so much of him teaching stuff. We're really lucky, honestly. So where's the end of this thing? Let's hope it sounds half decent, and then tomorrow we will finish it up. Let's get this volume in place. And there should be this weird guitar crazy thing, this part. Cool. All right, let's run one of these. Start to finish, the first one of the day, of the night, of the eternity. Let's do it. Let's save this thing first. M1. Let's put okay. Let's put that in there. Let's come over here. All right. Make sure that this is going to the right place. Output. 8:13, early 2496. MP3 is good. Keep it online. Put it in the right place. Okay. All right, I'm going to pop the mic off. We're going to do this print. I'm going to come back inside. We're going to, any questions, comments, or anything, throw it in there. We'll do wrap-ups and we'll get out of here. And we will continue this tomorrow with fresh ears and a fresh perspective and a fresh head to tackle some of the craziness that we've got going on. But most of the work has been done. The fun stuff is tomorrow, I feel like. The flavor is fun. If we're going to do any, we might not. And when it comes to automation, that's always fun. And it doesn't take very long, really. Automation's like the fun part. But there's a lot of stuff we did on here. We did a lot. So I'm pretty stoked with where it's at the moment. Let's see what happens. I don't think I've listened to it all the way through yet. So let's do that. Here we go. Check this out. This is where we're at the moment. And there's still some stuff to do tomorrow, but let's listen to it. Before I run it, I got to make this thing lower. It's so loud. The intro. I've got to make this intro lower. I don't want it to feel like that's loud and then the verse is quiet. That's starting to feel better, something like that. Okay, this should be good. We're in the ballpark now. That guitar in the intro, like the verse here, is a little quiet. Maybe I'll pull it up. It's just my instincts telling me this stuff. But I don't want to change the balance of anything, really, at the moment. And not without the fresh ears on me.
Got an extra ticket to the show.
I'm going to leave everything else the same, just that 1 dB on each of those. But I'm going to take the vocals the down a smidge. Maybe not here, but everywhere else. Where's the vocals? All vocals.
I don't even play a game.
No, let's do there too.
Still can't get along. add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See, I still can't get along. In my solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail, it's like being lonely places. I still can't get along with my solitude. In my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my
All right, we're going to leave this the way it is. I was just checking something real quick and adding a little more mid-range to the overheads, which are also rooms.
nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try
I feel like that'll make them punch a little bit. And I got rid of little cymbals. A little more 6K has been removed from the equation. Because of that hi-hat, that freaking hammer and the chisel right there. All right. Let's do it. Here we go. Running this. Alex Christoph drums, channeling a ray of luck. What do we got? It's sounding killer. I appreciate that, Alex Christoph. You're the man, dude. Bass and that fuzz guitar tone are my top picks. I appreciate that, dude. That's how I kind of feel too. It's the fuzz guitar and that bass are really the shiners in this one for sure, 100%. So let's do it. Time for a print. You know what that sound means. It means time for a print. Here we go. Sorry for tricking everyone. I have to take the craziness off in the choruses. It's already a busy part, and it's too busy. It's just overly busy with this crazy coolness, weird swooshy thing in there. It's fine at the end of the song and whatnot, and the bridge and the who knows what probably, but it's just not fine in the choruses. It's just not fine at all.
Places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Places, see familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. They're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude Jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. With my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude. I see familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. With my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my
All right. I'm going to leave it like this. There's so many things I still have to touch on this to me. I don't usually say that when I get done with a track, but at this point, there's like a couple more things I'm still not happy with. I'm sort of fighting through it, but we'll get there. Not too worried about it. We will get there.
Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. They're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail.
I got to add my friendly round tape roll off on the top.
Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. They're my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. Solitude jail. It's like being lonely places. See familiar faces. I still can't get along. With my solitude. In my solitude jail. In my solitude. In my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, lady, try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Try to sell it to another soul. Trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being lonely places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude,
All right, we're going with this one, guys. We're going with it. Let her ride. Here we go. Let her rip. Let her ride. Let her do it. Here we go.
I don't even know your name. I don't even play a game. Maybe I'm a little shy. Maybe not your type of guy. Solitude jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, still can't get along. Got an extra ticket to the show. Yeah, my favorite. I can't get nobody else to go. Not my lady. Try to sell it to another soul. Brother, trying to add some cash to my stash. Solitude jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. In my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude jail, 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 jail. Solitude jail is like being locked in places. I see familiar faces, I still can't get along. Solitude jail is like being locked in places. See familiar faces, I still can't get along. With my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude, in my solitude jail, in my solitude. I might
Okay, we're back. We're gonna leave it there today. We definitely have a little bit to do tomorrow. I already can hear a couple things, but it's gonna be great because it's further along than I anticipated before I hit play and let it go through. There's a lot that we did that actually is working, and there's just some stuff that I want to tweak tomorrow. But this is definitely some cool stuff. So stay tuned, because there's definitely going to be moments tomorrow where you're going to be like, oh, that's interesting that I went that way with whatever, but it's going to be cool. I feel like we're onto something here. And this was a tough one. Every once in a while, you go up against a track where things are just like, you wish everything was different. You wish the mics were closer or further away, or you wish it was recorded louder or lower. You wish the dynamics were greater or less than. It's just, it could be anything, literally. You wish there was one other mic on the guitar so it wasn't kind of so, pokey. Like you wish there was a back mic. You wish there's just so much stuff that, in this case, is not what I'm thinking. There's a million different circumstances that we could kind of be faced with. And I think ultimately, it's like everything else. You learn from every single thing you do. And in this one, what I learned is when stuff's being tracked, if the level is real quiet like I'm looking at, it's going to make a disaster out of that. So you might as well sort of break it off into two different tracks, which I sort of started by saying, and I never really did it, but that would have made life so much easier if I would have taken the quiet parts, put them on their own track of snare drum, for example, and EQ'd and did whatever I had to do there with the gate and compressor, whatever, there on its own track. And then when it was the normal volume, another channel for that, it would have made so much more sense rather than trying to fight through it the way I did here. But while I'm listening to it, I'm thinking that that's a good solution for tomorrow if something still bugs me in some way, but I'm sort of getting okay with it. The overheads are running the show on this mix, which is pretty cool. The kick is nice and in our face, but the overheads are really giving us the bulk of the drum sound, which is kind of cool. It's not a bad thing, but that's also why the cymbals are up there a little bit compared to the way I typically mix drums. But I'm into it. I'm into it because we went a little different on this whole mix. We went about it in a different way. We started with a way more kind of, we started with something I thought was going to be quicker, and it wound up taking longer because I think every time you go against the grain of what you typically do, it might take longer, but in the long run, it could be better. You could always, you're learning every time, every chance you get, everything you do, you're learning if you're lucky. If you're not lucky, you're just repeating the same stuff all the time. So take the risk. Fail sometimes if you have to. Take longer. Do things 3 times. The mix might take 3 times as long. I mean, whatever it's going to be, it's going to be. Well, the mix bus has already been dialed, so I probably won't switch much of this. I went with the bus comp, the SSL bus comp, and that's really the main difference is just adding the bus comp this time. And then I was like, maybe I should shave some of the top off of that, and that's why I went with the 3348. It really rounds the top off kind of nice. If you have a tape plugin you like of some kind, in my opinion, the best parts about those is that they round the top off nice. And if you mix into them, they give you a bunch of low end, some of them. That's why I don't use some of them. But if you mix into them, you can take advantage of the low end. So I was doing that recently on a mix for somebody where I wanted that kind of tape bump and like that compression sound of tape when you hit it fairly hard, and it's giving you a lot of the low end rather than like you're trying to take it off. So I mixed into 2 different tape plugins, both the Studer and the ATR 102 in that order. And I felt like it was pretty cool. It was kind of what it needed. Whereas in this case, we already had plenty of low end and everything, and this is a subtle version of tape to me. This is a very subtle, just rolls off the highs, but it doesn't give me a huge low end bump that I have to deal with and can't because the mix is already like kind of close, especially in the low end. So to me, that's what I look for is like, you have to know what your tools are going to do. If you just always threw on a Studer A800 at the end, you would be like, why is there so much low end in this freaking song? It's way more than I expected because you're putting something on at the end that's giving you all that low end. You could only use those if you mix into them, in my opinion, like the Studer specifically. You could roll it off with the EQ and stuff, but it just doesn't sound the same if you do. But yeah, so what do we got? Mix bus flavor tomorrow. I like that. How about we'll go with some banana pepper jalapeno popper flavor on the mix bus tomorrow, something like that. And Don't forget about those bicycle horns. Let's do some thank yous real quick. Let's do some thank yous. What do we got here? Thank you time. We got the old school iPad pulled out. Here we go. We got Jaculito, you're the man, thank you. Danny Lyrica, you're the man. Braxel1, you are the man, thank you. Alex Christoph, drums, always a pleasure. R. Huggins, always a pleasure as well with you. Toeman7729, can't forget about you. And Audio Guy, you're in our thoughts and prayers. I don't know why I said that, but the Toeman and Audio Guy, I have a feeling, are close buds. So anytime I say Toeman, I got to say Audio Guy. Shigiono TH Music, what's poppin'? I'm glad you came through. Big Mac Miller Light, it's the first time I seen you over here, and I'm happy to see you. AIM AI Energy, you're the man. You dropped that robot face in there. I always know it's you, and that's something we like to see is people who kind of have their thing. Like we have... Braxel has his gold clip. That's his thing. And then Alex Christoph drums, Uncle Rick. It's like everybody's got their thing, which I like. Niles Pache, 1734. He's so far the movie quote extraordinaire, pulling down, picking up White Men Can't Jump when I was doing a crazy line from White Men Can't Jump, which I will always quote. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Pongmaster123, what's poppin'? And Mr. Psychotronic 5406, the dude who connects the wires. That dude is the wire connecting dude. He knows what he's doing, and he's got plenty of stuff he's built, and he's continuously building stuff. Very cool. You guys are awesome. You make this thing what it is. Let's make sure I don't miss anybody in the thing. I think I grabbed everybody. As I flip through some stuff right here, it was a fun stream. It's not every day are you going to be like, spry and spipper and skipper and whatever other words we could use to describe like being in a great up, like super wide awake mood. Everything's days are days, man. Days are different. Days happen, you take it as it comes. And that's the thing. No matter what, if you love to mix, it's always fun to sit down and mix. It's just some days are harder to get things done than others, is what it feels like. But that said, I wasn't hating when I was here, and I was a lot of it was helping, was nice. And the other thing is, like, don't always think somebody asked me recently, should they record stuff again if they are like, should they go back and re-record their first two EPs kind of thing? And I was like, this is a good closing thought, I think. There's always time to re-record stuff if that's something you want to do. Like, you could re-record in the future. It's always an option. But when you do that, when you go back and visit old stuff that you've already released, what winds up happening, I think, is you stop creating more stuff. So like you can't keep making new stuff because now you're trying to make this other thing better or perfect. And the idea that anything that can be perfect is ridiculous. It's never going to be perfect. It'll be different, but that doesn't make it better. And even if you got better gear, you got better stuff, you got whatever it is, it's not always going to be better just because you do it again. You could lose vibe. And I don't know if there's anything more important than the vibe of it, because it doesn't have to be a perfect performance, but the performance could have something. And, doing it again, I think people wind up disappointed very often, but it's not to say you can't do it. Bands do it all the time. They re-release stuff, they record it again. So it's like, do whatever you feel, but at the same time, realize that creating more stuff, that's, you're special because you're a creative person. So you got to keep creating. I don't know if it makes sense to necessarily there's only so much time in a day. How much time you want to spend going back in time into stuff you've already released? I don't know. But that's just my opinion on it. So anyway, curious what your guys' opinions are. Throw them in the comments, throw them on the Discord, throw them in the jam when we talk tomorrow. We're about to jam out right now. You guys are awesome, and I appreciate everybody watching. I appreciate all the love, and I appreciate honestly just being part of a community of mixing engineers like you guys and musicians and people who care about music as much as we do. So I really appreciate you guys being a part of the stream. I appreciate it wholeheartedly. And I think that's it for tonight, guys. You guys are awesome. And everybody who just joined us for the first time tonight, feel free to throw something in the chat if you're around tomorrow when we finish this thing up. And it's going to be great stuff, man. This thing's only building. We're only getting stronger. And GDP, thank you so much for helping out. I know you're tired, and I know you got, your whole room's probably like a freaking, it's like the Amazon in there right now with the humidity or whatnot. I heard what you're saying. It's insane. So I hope you're all right over there. Everybody thank GDP if you can. He's the man. Thank him here on Discord because, we do this thing, and I'm very lucky to have someone like that around. The dude is very knowledgeable, and he's helped me through all this stuff, figuring out this whole everything, including how to rock in 4K like we're rocking right now. So you guys are awesome. This is Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. If I forgot anybody, I sincerely apologize. And we will catch you guys very, very soon. Tomorrow I plan on finishing this up, so you know how it goes. Mr. Psychotronic wrote, you finish something when you feel like the energy level, translation, and transport is right. It's not about being perfect. Exactly. That removes humanity out of it. That's exactly right. At some point, you felt it was finished when the energy was right. It's perfectly said. There's no need to even add anything on that. It's beautiful. Very well said. That deserves one of these. Nope, it doesn't. I don't know. It deserves one of these. I think we all knew it was coming. So just had one last one of those before we go. All right. You guys are awesome. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. I'll catch you guys soon. Hit the like button, subscribe. Don't forget all that, and catch these things coming up. And you're always welcome to join. Everybody, open up a session, work while we're working. That's the beauty of this thing. You guys are awesome. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Take it easy.